Welcome to the gunchannels.com lobby chat.
Hello? Anyone here?
Okay.
Just me and you, G-Webs?
Yeah, Pink starts them up and then goes to work, I think.
Right. Cool, cool. Oh, just got home and settled down from work.
You got 2 jobs now?
Huh? No.
Oh, I thought you said you were getting a second one.
I was going to during the summer, but school was coming up so fast, so it didn't work out. But I am making some extra money this weekend doing some housework on a flip house. So that's exciting. Have you ever bought from Lucas Tactical before, G-Webs? Are they a decent company?
I don't know if I've heard of them. I've heard of Lucas Oil, but
Right. Well, I'm looking to buy a Glock frame from them.
no, I
So,
never bought anything like that.
yeah, I mean, they look legit. So, my dad's actually gonna use my, I have a 9mm upper because I switched to 40. So he's gonna pay for it. He's gonna actually buy it. He's gonna buy a frame, and then we'll have 2 Glocks. So it only costs him. I mean, it'll be 175 from Lucas Tactical plus the transfer fee plus shipping. So it'd probably come out like 225 total, probably, if that. That's pretty good. So then I'll have 2 guns. Oh, the only thing is, I wonder if this. Yeah, it's complete. Well, yeah, it has all the internals. Even comes with the back straps.
Is your dad shooting the competitions with you?
He hasn't, but he's always. Well, I take that back. He did shoot when I first started shooting before I was doing USPSA. I was doing like tactical ones, the outlaw matches that was like pretty low key stuff, nothing crazy fancy. He shot those with me because he would drive me up there to shoot them. That's how I got into him. His friends at work were shooting them. And then I went with him and his friends, and I had a pretty good knack for it, and I really really liked it a lot, obviously. And that's when I met the other guy that I shoot with now, Charles, who he just happened to be there that day that I shot. He literally only shoots that match once a year, or twice a year, because he does it for range hours, because he's a member of that range, and he uses it to practice, but he doesn't shoot their matches because they don't do legit matches. But then I met him. And then a few months later, I got my Glock 34 and started shooting with him. So, yeah, that's how it all started. My first video is still up on my YouTube channel where I went and shot with my 22 pistol. Literally, there was there was a couple of stages where there was some movement. It wasn't much movement, but it was like, shoot from this window, then move and shoot the rest from this window. And literally, it's like I was walking to the next window, like I was like moving so slow, like it's crazy to watch that and watch what I'm doing now. But yeah. So hopefully he'll get into it. I'm sure he won't do it seriously like I do. He'll probably just be into it because I'm into it. But I'm sure he'll come to a few matches every now and then, and it'll be cool. At least we'll have 2 guns now.
I'm back and forth, so I'll be here and then I'll be gone and I'll be back and forth.
Yeah, I got you. You're working. Sorry, I'm about to start studying for a test. I got a test tomorrow. Oh, the t-shirts look awesome. I just commented on your post. I was talking about putting like maybe the website URL on the back. Just putting like gunchannels.com on the back, like maybe near the neck or something. Like
Oh, yeah, he said he wanted that. I totally forgot about that. I'll make as many as we need. I mean, there's really nothing to do except set them up and then
put it on the sweatshirt.
So if there's well, maybe I'll do it live or something because there's so many fucking options of different brands of shirts and types. I just went with the ones that offer talls because there's fewer of them that offer talls.
So are these I mean, we can order these now, right? and they'll be.
And but they got a stupid ass sale that doesn't start until the 7th, so I wouldn't order them until the 7th because then you'll get $5 off.
From the Gear Websites page, like gearwebsites.spreadshirt.com. That's the one I'm on.
Yeah, I mean it's on Spreadshirt, but yeah, the Gear website's store there or whatever, wherever I link to. It's just that they won't. I tried using the coupon, it won't take it until the 7th or whatever.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna buy one then. I really like the long sleeve. I might get the long sleeve T-shirt. I don't know. That'd be really awesome for my matches. Cause I would totally wear that a lot. This is the same thing that their Every Second Matter shirts were on, right?
Some of the same place, but Quark did those, so I don't know which ones he actually picked because the ones that he picked are pretty damn good. Because
Yeah, quality.
But what if I put the URL down the arm?
Oh yeah, that would be awesome. That would be a really good idea.
I don't know if they let you do that, but I like having something on the arm if you're going to wear a long sleeve T-shirt anyway.
Right. Coffee mugs, I think, are a good idea. That's kind of neat.
I only get them to put like pens and markers in, but I figure somebody probably drinks coffee. I don't know. There's other mugs and shit. Like I said, I'll have to do a live thing with a screen share. So if somebody wants like a travel mug or like a coffee mug for a car where it doesn't spill or something, they probably have all kinds of shit like that. I just don't want all day posting every fucking knick-knack they have.
Right.
But they have hats. I wish they had like, we call them stock, like just regular knit cap. Like they had those, but they wouldn't sew it on there for some reason. So I'm thinking there's got to be someplace else. It's just a damn G. We should probably get that put on a hat that we can for when it's cold out.
Right. Oh well, I didn't realize you had all these shirts on your Spreadshirt page. I'm scrolling down here through them. The AR-15 one's really cool. The 6 different AR-15s, I like that. That's a nice one. Got the ammo can, spam can logos.
Those are all our guns too. It's not like I just made up gun pictures. I just picked off of pictures of our guns.
Oh, that's so cool. That's awesome. Alright, so I'm confused by the stripper clip one that has like a bunch of them on there in a line and it has the and symbol.
Back when Epic Bacon did that, was it bacon strips and bacon strips and bacon strips? Somebody did stripper clips and stripper clips and stripper clips. So it's basically that.
I really like the quit limp wrestling it one. That one's awesome, but it's freaking $40. I don't know why it's so much higher compared to the rest of them.
I was just fucking with somebody, so I can make that lower if you really want that. But
That's okay. I'm not gonna order it now, but I thought that was kind of neat. I want to order my pants first. I need to go back to LA. Please, God, I never did order anything last night, but I was going to. I'll add it all to my shopping cart. Just haven't done it yet. Going back to the Glock frame, I was looking at Gunbroker. Isn't Gunbroker the one that has like a crazy amount of like fees and stuff, especially if you use a credit card? Like they get you on a lot of hidden stuff. Or no, it's that Bud's Gun Shop that's bad about that. Yeah, Bud's is the one that does that, right?
Dozens and dozens of guns off Gunbroker. It's all about the individual. Gunbroker just
Right.
charges a couple of percentages or something.
Okay, cool. So didn't you say these EMT pants weren't very like you said you wouldn't use them for like shooting match in, right?
No, I mean you can bend over in them and bend your knees and shit, but they're made for standing around, not for like jumping around.
Right, not for like getting down, like crouching, like shooting on the move, like.
Yeah, you want pants that have like, legs or else knees or hip areas that are stretchy or something. These are like so that they look like they're pressed all the time. They're stupid. They're like cop pants. They're rugged and they're like permanent press. They like don't wrinkle. So
Got it.
I don't know why that's important, but EMTs are always trying to look nice or whatever.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna get this True Spec jacket. They got a three in one jacket, $35. It's like a MSRP of 100 something. This website's freaking awesome. I can see myself spending a lot of money here if I wasn't careful. I need to get a pair though because the Kentucky match is probably gonna be kind of cool, and I'll probably end up wearing pants for the match. Really like to order them tonight, before that way I can get them before this weekend, and I can wear them this weekend when I practice and really try them out. Make sure I'm satisfied with them.
Dude, I'm telling you, you live in a big enough town, and there's those two places I was telling you about that have a bunch of product, and they got what do you call them, dressing rooms, so you could go down there and try them on, see what they're like. I wasn't
Well,
shopping.
yeah, that's far. That's like 2.5 hour drive though. I'm not gonna drive 2.5 hours to try on a pair of pants.
Well, all right, but I'm just saying, if there's one over there,
Right, you're saying look around here before I
Yeah.
local my.
because most cops are like, even in Tucson, we've got like 3, maybe more places that sell cop uniforms and EMT stuff and all that kind of stuff, because all those people got to buy their shit somewhere. So anyway, all I'm saying is look around, because you might be able to get it cheaper at the website, but you might be able to try it on somewhere in town.
Right, there's an outdoor store here in town. I'm not gonna go to it. They I think they have a little bit of apparel. I can't remember them. Go through their brands and see if they have any. Let's see. Of course, I won't be able to try them on, but at least get to look at them in person. They're more known for their guns, so than anything. They sell guns and hunting equipment. Let's see. Clothing. Let's see what they carry in clothing. Here we go. Yeah, they carry hunting clothes. They really don't carry hunting pants. I mean, tactical pants. Look at the other store. You know, I'll probably just comment on the other store's Facebook page, but do you guys carry 511 or anything like that? Pants? Let's see what they say. So yeah, my friend that shoot with Jamie, I'm texting him right now, and I've seen his 511 pants, and he wears the Tac Light Pro. And that's what I really like those, like the look of them anyways. But dang, they're $50. I'm not paying that much for them. I'll probably get them cheaper somewhere else, but let's see what he says about them. It's quiet out there tonight. Isn't there no chat going on? Isn't Never Enough Ammo? Or
Matt's live, yeah.
he's doing the Walking Dead chat, right?
Probably.
Yeah. Well, that's nothing I was talking about with the shirt. I commented on your post. I don't know if you saw it or not, but talking about putting a tag on there, like a motto or something. Did we ever decide like what our official one was? Wasn't it like 4 shooters by shooters, or did we decide like is there an official one for gun channels, or not?
Listen, there's been a couple for sure, but I don't know if there's ever been.
You never posted one on the site, right? Like.
Right.
Yeah.
I started saying something like social media for guns or something stupid, and I thought that was too lame. So I think it just kind of went to firearms focused community.
Mm-hmm. I think that'd be good. Yeah, I remember you mentioned. I think I wrote it down somewhere actually on a piece of paper one night. We're talking about that. Yeah, because it's short and it gets the point across to what it is.
And it ain't really social media. I'll be back.
All right, cool.
Hey, was Faded Destiny at the Iraq veteran shoot?
I don't think so, but I was wondering the same thing the other day actually, and I have no idea. I'd probably check her Instagram right now. I probably could look, and I'm sure she'd post something about it.
I don't ever see her on Instagram. Occasionally, but not. She doesn't like keep up with it. Seems like she does Facebook right now.
Facebook, look on Facebook.
So did being around all the people making content and whatnot, and then seeing them interact. I mean, there was no public there. It was basically for what do you call it, manufacturers and whatnot to get together with camera people who are making content so that they could do it in a good atmosphere and whatnot. So did that was that inspiring at all? See all those people doing their thing and all the people there, helping them and
Yeah, definitely. I've actually I'm gonna try to start doing my Instagram. I was talking to V for Vader. That was one of the Instagrammers I got to talk to a good bit. Never even heard of him until I started talking to him.
Who?
And he was telling me
What?
V for Vader. So it's like the letter V, then the number 4, and then Vader, like Darth Vader.
Okay.
And I was talking to him, and he's like, yeah, I mean, it's like I do all my Instagram. I was asking him, like, do you do all of that? Because he had his phone out. I'm like, do you do all of it on there? And he's like, no. It's like I do it on a real camera, like a DSLR. I'm like, really? I'm like, how do you? I was talking to him about how he gets it to Instagram, and that's the only thing that was really crazy is he takes the picture from his camera, puts it on to Photoshop, whatever, on his computer, does what he wants to it, then uploads it to Flickr, then goes to Flickr on his phone, pulls it from Flickr, and then uploads it to Instagram. I'm like, oh my gosh, dude. I'm like, that's a lot. He's like, yeah, it really is. That's the only way I found to do it. But I'm thinking about trying to mess around with it this week, hopefully, with our Canon. We have a Canon, pretty nice Canon DSLR camera. I want to try and take some test pictures and
This
upload.
old guy or a young guy?
He's younger. He's in his 20s.
Okay, so it's not like he came from cameras and is using those kind of cameras because that's what he's used to.
No, yeah, totally. He was definitely younger. So
So that I'll see him or whatever next time you're on Instagram.
what's that?
I'm just saying, next time you're on Instagram, tag me on some of his shit, so I'll be reminded to go look at it.
I'll do it right now. I have my phone literally right in front of me. So
So, are you doing Instagram with your ballistic expansion, or with Young Guns, or with something else, or with? How are you thinking?
what did you say? Am I doing what?
Well, you said you got into you got it. What am I trying to say? You got interested in doing more Instagram. I'm saying, from what angle?
Probably just from my page, since I already have so many followers on there, and I've already got some posts going.
So pictures or like
Yeah,
competitive shooting?
yeah.
Like,
It'll be competition shooting and guns just in general. Maybe a little bit of outdoor stuff here and there, but I want to kind of keep it topics, and I don't want to go crazy with all the different topics on there.
were people talking strategy there?
Not really. About Instagram, no, I didn't really get into any deep conversations about that kind of stuff.
Other stuff like YouTube or Facebook or any of the other stuff?
Yeah, I actually overheard a conversation about from Twanganbang. He was saying, I wasn't talking to him directly. I did get to talk to him later just to meet him, but he was sitting there talking, well, we were doing a ceasefire to some other people, and he was talking about how it's crazy how it's not fair on YouTube. I don't know how, I didn't hear the first part of the conversation, but he was saying how it's totally unfair how just because, you have these people out here making videos of like people doing stupid crap like falling on their face, getting hurt, and like, videos that people kind of frown upon or whatever, but are, they get like a lot of views or whatever because they're funny or whatever, or something like that. And he's like, and it's bad that just because I do firearms, it automatically puts like us down to that, level of class, you could say, because you know how it's on, YouTube's obviously not extremely pro-gun or whatever, and that's kind of I think what he was talking about is like if he's been like told about what he can and can't do, and he did say there's some stuff you can, YouTube says you can and can't do whatever, and he said it's kind of scary because they have the two-strike system, right? I'm sure you know all about that. And he says that he was talking about the algorithm that YouTube uses will sometimes actually give you an invalid strike, and he said it's even then he's like you don't want that to happen because if you get an invalid strike you don't want to get a valid strike because then you're sitting there dead in the water, you can't get into your account. And he was talking about that kind of stuff with YouTube, and like I said, I didn't hear the first part of the conversation, so maybe he was talking about I think he was talking about or just having somewhere to back up your stuff. I don't remember. I didn't hear the whole entire conversation, but that was kind of interesting, him talking about that, about how about the whole strike system with YouTube. And I talked to Concealed Carry Nation a good bit, but we didn't really talk about like that kind of stuff. We were just having a good time, shooting guns and stuff. And he seemed to be taking all his pictures on his phone because he's like, I got all my stuff for the next like month for Instagram. I'm like, yeah, you do. Because I think he spent a lot of time just taking pictures. Because like we shot a good bit, and then I met with Stone Guy, and then I didn't see him for like an hour. And then I got to talk to him a little bit more. Stone Guy didn't even get to meet him. I pointed him out to Stone Guy, and then he walked away. Concealed Carry Nation did, and then Stone Guy never ended up getting to meet him. So Stone Guy left pretty early. Stone Guy left before I did. I stayed later. So, and then Concealed Carry Nation stayed even later than I did. Come to find out later when I talked to him.
Well, he would have come from out of state, so yeah, might as well stay for the whole thing if you're driving a long way.
Yeah, he drove back that night. Because I asked him on Instagram the next day, or texted him. I was like, "Did you drive back last night, or did you stay overnight here?" He's like, "No." He's like, "I drove back." I'm like, "Holy crap, dude!" He's like, "Yeah, I had a birthday party to go to or something, with the family." So I was like, "All right, cool." So it was nice getting to meet him. Though I told you how I met him, right? He saw my Every Second Matters T-shirt, and that's how he recognized me. Because that's what I was wearing when I got out of my car before I put my rain jacket on. I was just wearing my T-shirt when I was driving down there. And I guess he was going to his car to get something, and he just walks up to me. He's like, "Ballistic expansion, Caleb?" I'm like, "Yeah, yeah." I was super confused. I was like, "How the heck does someone actually know me without even talking to me?" And then he introduced himself. I'm like, "Oh my gosh!" I'm like, "Dude, I didn't even know you were gonna be here." I'm like, "It's awesome to meet you finally." Because that was completely unexpected for me to meet up with him there. Because I had talked to him in the past about coming to one of the matches up in South Carolina that was a little bit closer and coming to shoot with me, or at least just come watch and hang out. But it's kind of neat that we got to meet up. So, well, one thing I really liked too was checking out all the cameras people were using. Like, I really like Haas's setup.
Yeah. Well, he's got that one from the movie, huh?
I guess so. It's like a miniature, like looks like one of those miniature cameras that they use like on the for production, for film production.
I think he bought the same one that Jaeger's dude uses.
Yeah, and he had like a little microphone
Like a
muff.
little extra thing that goes on it for the microphone, a little extra
Yeah,
thing that goes
little
on it.
puffy thing, little feather, whatever they call it, the microphone cover.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks super compact, but it also looked like super high tech. I was like, oh my gosh, that looks like perfect for like high quality stuff without having to lug around all this junk.
Well, they still got to carry around a big ass Pelican box for it.
I
It's not,
guess. I mean, as
it's
long
not
as
as
like
a whole crew, but it's still stuff.
right. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I literally had my phone, a little point and shoot like high def Kodak camera, and then I had my camera on my earmuffs, and that was it.
Yeah.
And I still got a pretty decent amount of footage, but obviously it's not going to be as in high definition,
Yeah.
like resolution. Like it's not gonna look as good as that kind of stuff. Yeah, I got to talk to Hollis for a little bit. That was cool. He's a nice guy. I didn't get to see well, I think I already said that. I didn't get to see Hickok. It was funny. He was there, but I didn't actually get to see him in my line of sight. So technically, I can't say that I've ever seen that I've ever I was in the vicinity. I wonder. I don't think TN Outdoors was there because he's kind of taking a break from everything.
Was he there last year?
I don't know. He may have been. I would think he was, but maybe not.
And then you said you did or did not meet Tony.
I did not, but he was there. And I actually saw him, and I was like, oh, I'll have to go talk to him later. And then I never did. So,
Well, that happens when there's a lot of people there.
right.
Be back. Looks like Volcano's going to start in 15 minutes or so, whenever he posted that.
Right. What did he say his top pick was tonight?
He said Brady campaign attacks Oregon sheriff. Oh, so I guess that's some sheriff said Obama was a jerk or something, and some group is going after him, I guess, saying that he's not responsible enough to investigate the situation because he's biased.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what I read.
It's kind of interesting. Reminds me, I just saw, actually just like 10 minutes ago, I was scrolling through Facebook and I saw a picture of one of the local counties here, like one of our bordering counties, the county I live in. They just put stickers on their car, because I know there's a thing going around about having it "In God We Trust," and they just put that on their cars, apparently. Like, they didn't have it on there, and then they put it on there. So I'm sure that made a lot of people happy, you know.
Oh, I see what you're saying, like on the police cars.
Yeah, they put "In God We Trust" on the back bumper of the police car.
Yep, I'm sure that'll make equal number of people happy and pissed at the same time.
Yep. Personally, I could, you know, it really doesn't matter to me. Like, even as a Christian, like, it doesn't really, it's like, okay.
I can see why it would bother people, and because it would bother people, there's no reason to do it.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm fine with it just being plain, you know?
It didn't need to be there. It's not doing anything, so we might as well just not make a bunch of people pissed all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So what the fuck? This is a separate thing? What is this? No, like this.
Oh, so here's something else political interesting. Ben Carson is speaking Sunday here locally.
You gonna go watch him?
Yes, I will be there.
I think I would if I could, because that's kind of. I think he's pretty cool.
Yep, it's actually at the church that I'm a member of.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is that a giant thing then, or is that just like a small group of people?
Yeah, it's like I'll put it, the sanctuary is like an auditorium. Put it that way.
Well, all right, but I mean, an auditorium for 100
Like
people.
3,000.
Oh shit, that's pretty big.
Yeah. So I'm sure it'll be packed out, and he'll be there. And I guess like our pastor's just gonna do like kind of like a Q&A thing with him. You know, I'm sure it's all gonna be kind of more like, you know, obviously religion based, because you know it's at church. So, and then actually our pastor just got to meet Donald Trump last weekend. He got invited. Him and like 15 other pastors, whatever, were invited to go. I don't know what they were doing. It's like a meet and greet type thing. I don't know what it was exactly. I forget. He explained it. But he got to meet Donald Trump, and anyways, I guess that was kind of neat, you know. And he was saying the day, like the service, but you know, at church before he went, he was like, you know, I don't necessarily agree with, you know, whatever, you know, I don't support him or not support him, but you know, I've gotten invited to take this opportunity to go meet him, so I'm gonna go meet him. Pretty much what he said. So, but it does look like that he's endorsing Ben Carson, sort of, you know, letting him come and speak. So that's kind of interesting, I guess. But he's not really pro-gun, is he? Ben Carson, or is he? You know, no one knows for sure, I guess. Like, but he's not. He's not like a staunch either way. He's pretty whatever about it, I guess. I don't know.
He's like a brain doctor, a pediatric brain doctor. So,
He's a
like
nurse.
a lot of doctors, he's got some dipshit ideas, but I wouldn't condemn him for that. I'm pretty single issue, but I think he'd rock the boat with his tax stuff and just being cool. Then, you know, I'd be in fear of it. I think that if somehow he was in a corner, he would decide the wrong way. But I can't see why he would be put into a corner. If we got the president, we would have the Congress probably, at least the conservatives, meaning us, not the Republicans.
Right. So who I mean, you'd consider him probably pretty seriously then, as a candidate to vote for?
If it was him against Hillary, hell yeah.
Yeah.
If it was him against everybody else, I don't know yet.
Right.
I love
It's kind of too early to tell.
like the idea of him and everything, but yeah, I don't know. He's not proven nothing. He's just a doctor. So I mean, doctor is
Exactly.
cool, and I like his story. He has like a bunch of brothers and sisters or something, and kind of did it all himself. I think that's awesome. So that's what you want in a president, I think. But just because he has a good story doesn't mean he's a good president yet.
You're right.
I'd like to see a lot more of those debates. I don't know why I haven't seen more of them. Got nothing else to do. They might as well talk with us, talk about stuff in front of us so we can make our decisions already.
What about Rand Paul? Like I know he's also he shows off being the Second Amendment supporter a lot. He seems to be very pro-gun, from what I've seen media-wise. I mean, there's pictures of him. He went and shot an AR-15s with Terran Tactical out in
I don't know enough about him.
Kelly.
So I would take him though. I mean, he seems like he'd be definitely stir the pot up and cause some gridlock where it needs to be and eliminate some shit. Same way Obama's adding shit.
Yeah.
He'd eliminate some shit like a criminal and piss a bunch of people off. I think that'd be awesome.
Yep.
At least I would hope so. At least it'd be good to have somebody in there who ain't, well, really a third party. Well, who could have kind of considered to be a third party. Isn't he the one that ran as libertarian before? Or was that his dad?
I really don't know.
I don't either. But he's close enough to being a libertarian that I'd vote for him just if he was close. But I don't know. He's always the last one on the list, so
Right.
he fucking can't handle stirring the pot enough for him.
Yep. Well, this will be my first primary election. I get to vote in.
That's kind of cool. I think let's see. I guess I did too.
How do you tell if you're registered? I'm pretty sure I registered a while back through my school, and I thought I did it right, but I had no idea to know for sure.
I don't know, but double check because they just had an announcement here in Arizona that this was the last day to register for our local stuff. So I'm not sure, but definitely go find out. It should be with your driver's license. At least in most states, I think it's with the driver's license through the whatever that is, DMV or
DMV. Yeah.
ours is called.
That's what I did. I'm pretty sure I entered my driver's license information because the school, my college I go to, they actually sent out. They were having some kind of local elections going on here, and they sent out an email about it. I was like, oh, cool. I can go ahead and register and use their software or whatever, or their wizard, their help wizard to do it. And I think I did it. I don't know if I did it right. I'll have to look up voter registration, see if I click the right buttons.
Dude, I don't know what happens these days, but if you ask me, if you're standing around your school and some dude dressed up like a wizard comes up and tells you he's going to magically help you vote, probably not the way to go.
That's too funny. Oh, here's some pants that are $20. They're LA. Oh no, that's the LA Police Care brand. God, I can't talk. Oh yeah, I did. I just said it really fast. LA Police Gear brand pants. That's probably why they're so cheap. Ooh, here's some good ones. Poly Cotton Blend, True Spec. You like True Spec stuff, right? It's decent. What do you think? Ooh, they have it in black too. What do you think, G-Webs? True Spec? Good? Bad? Okay? I guess he walked away from the mic, or walked far away from the computer.
I found it, but I don't really think it's okay. I wouldn't go around recommending it, and I wouldn't pick it over anything else or other things necessarily. But sometimes it's all you can get for a specific thing.
Yeah, I'll pass it up then. It's $33. There's definitely cheaper stuff on here. It's probably just as good. I was gonna get their jacket though. The True Spec jacket. It was like a 3-in-1 jacket. It looked pretty sweet. For like $35, and there's 3 layers to it. Can't really beat that.
Thing is, I don't go out and thrash everything. So if something looks like it's gonna suck, then I don't wear it and I don't take it out and do real stuff in it. So I never really give it a test. Just every once in a while, you'll occasionally be like, oh shit, I have to change a tire and I didn't expect to. Where you can actually give something a test that you didn't plan on. But I don't risk what my pants are going to work. You know what I'm saying? I don't go out on an adventure or whatever with pants I haven't tried before to see if the pants are going to work. I usually, stick with what I know it's going to work.
Dr. No saying he likes True Spec. He said it's great stuff. So he says the LA Gear stuff he didn't even return. He cut them up. Probably used them for whatever, rags or something. Yeah, True Spec has 24/7, which I'm assuming it's like they are something like it says 24/7, something you could wear all day. Oh, here's what I need: Condor Stealth Operator Pants, ripstop. Now let's see what else they got. What about Black Hawk? How's their stuff? Their clothing?
I won't buy anything from them.
No, they're all China, right?
No.
Yeah.
Nothing original. They just see what sells and then make it cheaper in China.
Right. Make a quick buck.
More than that, they've been around for a long time, making a lot of money off of.
Once I'm saying they make something like real fast, they're like, oh, let's see how much money, we'll make money off of it until it stops making money, and then that's it.
I guess, but that's the thing. They continue to make a lot of money, so it's the part that's frustrating. People don't see the value in
spending that little bit extra.
Well, it's a lot extra sometimes, but sometimes it is just a little. Depends on what you're buying, I guess. But anyway, that's the part that sucks. The reason they're in business is because of the big stuff. So when somebody's going to buy a $300 bag instead of a $800 bag, they just don't care that their money's going to a Chinese labor instead of somebody in the U.S. with actual Social Security bills and all the rest of the shit they have to pay for U.S. labor.
Mm-hmm.
It's really hard to get pants made here, though.
Oh, there's a price thing. I can set the price. Okay, this is cool. All right, let's say my price limit is $40. How about that?
Looks like HVS is about to go live right now.
Are you gonna join them, or are you just gonna be working?
No, I'm working.
I'm probably gonna be up late enough to do a show. Plus, I usually don't really have much to add to all the political stuff. I usually not up and up on it, all the finer details like stuff he's doing, like with the sheriff. But I might jump in there. I don't know. Alright, so put the price limit down to $40. Let's see what we get. Condor, LA Police Gear, Black Hawk, Proper Tactical.
You looked at Amazon?
I did look on Amazon for the 511 stuff. That was it.
I don't mind Proper because they're U.S. mostly, but I don't know if True Spec is always U.S. or not. Sometimes they are, and then they're like South America, which is okay. At least I'm down with keeping the money in this hemisphere.
Hmm. There's definitely a lot of their stuff on here. Let me go check out Amazon real quick.
We should just team up. All of the Americas team up. South America go kicks Africa's ass. We'll kick Europe's ass, and then together we'll kick Russia and Asia's ass from like both sides.
Oh, did you see that article about how they moved the so they have these seed banks where they keep all the crop seeds, like all over the world, pretty much. That where when I say they, I guess I mean like governments and things like that and food organizations. So they had the seeds that they keep, like ancient strains of like wheat, barley, like all the essential stuff that were, if something catastrophic worldwide would go wrong, we could still regrow food. And like they moved like a ton of it, like I think 100 something different seed samples out of 300 something. They moved them all from the one. They have one in Syria, and they started moving. I was reading an article just a few minutes ago that they started moving all the seed, like back in 2011 when the war broke out. They started moving them. And they moved most of it to this place up in the North Pole, like that's like in the middle of nowhere.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of interesting that they, that it makes sense. So like you really, you don't hear about that kind of stuff. You wouldn't think someone would have that kind of preparation, but it's out there.
Let's gather all the seeds from the whole planet and let's put them in one spot so that they're here forever. And then that way we've got this awesome resource. Where should we put it? I know. Let's put it in fucking Syria.
Well, they have several. That's the thing. They have several of them. Is what I was reading about the article. It's like the one they moved it to is like the backup for the backup. Because obviously, like all the other ones that are spread out, like the one in Syria is a backup. If something were to go extremely bad, you pull the seeds out. And they actually use it. They give the seed to like farmers in the area in the Middle East, like in the dry areas, and they give it to them for their crops, or whatever. And so that's kind of like what they were using it for, that too. But if the place up near the North Pole is like the backup's like the reserve, like where if all the other seed banks get like destroyed, which is probably why it's in the middle of nowhere, because it has the least chance of getting freaking nuked or something, right? So, oh yes, I found the best pants to wear for a match. That node is linked into the external.
So I hear you need some how to fire belt fed tips there, BE.
What's that?
I hear you need some machine gun shooting tips.
Yeah, don't touch the barrel.
I'm sorry, did you see burnt fingertips?
Yeah. Yeah, the PKM was awesome. It also burnt me, but it was still awesome.
Unless you're a clay pigeon thrower.
Oh God, I did not hit that thing. Okay, I was this close. Even the guy who was right beside me, he's like, "You got close to it." That's what he said. So I was like, "Okay."
You know that little robot brain in there that's like, designed to throw those pigeons up in the air? Is like, why didn't they give me the power to move the wheels? Just sit there getting shot.
Yeah. But if I'm able to go next year, I'm definitely bringing a can of 54R ammo just so I can just like put several belts through that thing.
You better bring. Dude, I think the last thing the guy would probably care about is his freaking ammo. You better fucking bring him another barrel is what you better do.
Well, actually, I wasn't using his ammo. I was using Stone Guy's ammo. Because Stone Guy brought like an ammo can, and me and him loaded belts together. So he shot like 5 belts, and he let me shoot 1. So that was kind of cool. Because they weren't letting people shoot like whole belts, I don't think. Like just who like walked up to it and like, well, I want to shoot the PKM. It's like, all right, take a string off the belt and.
What, did you fail to put the barrel shroud up on your shoulder?
Huh?
Did you fail to put the barrel shroud up on your shoulder?
My shoulder? What are you talking about?
You had to be there for that. That was McCarthy.
Oh.
The barrel shroud being the thing that goes up.
Oh, the thing that goes up. Yeah, no. Well, I was showing the footage last night. I don't have it in my computer right now, but pretty much I was standing there. So he was the guy who owned the company and everything was loading the machine gun, and I had it tilted towards him a little bit to my right, and he's like, hold it up flat. So I was like, all right. So I went to throw it up in the air because it's so freaking heavy. So I went to throw it up to reposition it, and when I chunked it up to reposition it, I let go of my left hand off the foregrip and just threw my hand underneath the bottom of the gun, like any other gun, because you used to there being 4 in there, but of course it wasn't. It was bare barrel, and it burnt my index finger. And it was, yeah. And then he's like, yeah, that's why. That's because when I first went off, he's like, all right, put your hand right here on the pistol grip, put your other hand up here on the foregrip, and that's what I did, And then he's like, yeah, and he's like, yeah, that's why I told you to do that. I'm like, yeah, I got it now.
Wait, you were standing and firing that thing?
Oh yeah, man, from the shoulder.
Yeah, like a boss. He was doing pretty good.
It's not
Try
what
to
I
hold
heard.
Hey, good.
I heard if you were a clay pigeon thrower that it was the worst day of your short life.
Well, they said it already had some holes in it. I don't think I hit it. I'm 99% sure I did not hit
Dude,
it.
I heard when the robots come to life, they're gonna come after you first.
It's like I got the PKM, I closed my eyes, I pulled the trigger, I opened my eyes, and the thing was all shut up. Anything could have happened.
Oh no, definitely my eyes were definitely open the whole time. But the only thing I could remember seeing, like the specific thing I remember seeing, is the barrel and the front sight, everything, the post, and the freaking just like cloud of like white, like a white cloud, because from all the the muzzle blasts.
Hey, you've truly arrived when you've truly arrived when you learn how to flinch at 600 to 800 times per minute.
Yeah, no, it was awesome. I shot it short burst, and I shot another short burst, and then I shot the rest of the belt. I was like, brr, brr, brr. Yeah, that's how it was. It was awesome. That's what it sounded like.
Yeah, thanks for the play-by-play replay.
You're welcome. I figured you would enjoy that.
You should yeah. I'm sure the Yankees need a new announcer.
And then I also shot the he had an MG42 as well. He was shooting. It was a chambered in 308, and he was actually shooting some munitions through it. So I mean, it still had the same effect. It was on a tripod. It wasn't. We didn't shoot it from the folder. And that rate of fire was awesome.
You'd have to be a big motherfucker to fire that thing from the shoulder.
Yeah. Yeah, PKM was amazing. And also shot his full auto Glock 17. That was really, really fun. That was surprisingly a lot easier than I thought it'd be, like, as far as holding it on target. I mean, you get like 7-8 round burst off pretty well onto a silhouette size. Still, like I was shooting like at 12 yards, I guess, maybe a little bit farther. And, I had to hit all the hit, and they'd all be on target. Bring! For me, shoot a few more bursts. And then shot a Thompson. I think the Thompson he had was like I don't think it was one he was an SOT, so some of the stuff he built, like the full auto Glock 17. He said his younger brother, actually designed the backplate for it, and they built it, and that's what it was. It had their name on it and everything. So I don't think he designed a Tommy gun though, because the Tommy gun he had, I don't know much about him, but like the top, like the receiver was like looked like something from the era when they were made. Like it was really no finish on it, completely worn out, and it was firing from an open bolt, obviously. Yeah. And that confused Stone Guy, because he got there and he's like, it won't close. And I was trying to tell him, like, dude, it's open bolt. And the guy had to tell him. He didn't hear me say it. The guy who owned it was like, it's an open bolt. I'm like, it stays open when you shoot it. He's like, oh, okay.
And he's telling us to make fun of you about your RPK experience.
Yeah. So, anyways, we shot the Thompson. We actually shot like 4 or 5 mags through it total. We shot it a pretty good bit.
Should have told Stone Guy if he wanted to close the bolt just to pull the trigger and hold it.
So yeah, we shot that. I got to shoot the MP5. That was awesome. I can see why it's one of the most popular submachine guns ever. Insanely maneuverable and very, very light shooting. Does not move. It just like sits there, just very flat. That's probably one of my favorite smaller full autos I shot.
Yeah, wait do you have to clean them?
Yeah, I don't envy that guy. He probably has a fucking chemical he probably soaks them. Some kind of parts cleaner.
The thing is, if he would have invited people to help clean, they probably would have all been down to see how they come apart and check them out. And
I would have done it, yeah. I'd be like, heck yeah, I'll help clean them. Be awesome.
course, it could be like me and be like, no, I'll do it myself. Next thing I know, I got springs flying everywhere.
Mainspring going through the wall. So then he had, what else did he have that was full auto? He had several other guns. He had but we didn't shoot all of them. He had a couple other rifles and stuff.
Shot the M92.
That's right. I was about to say, yeah, I shot the M92, the full auto M92. And I think it was a fire breather.
Call it a PAP pistol. It has the wrong stock on it. You know. Real cool.
Yeah, it had the you saw the stock on it, right, G-Webs?
You know, it's an aftermarket Ace triangle side folder or something. It's
Right.
not stock, and it's a US like version of it, so it's not a real M92 or nothing.
Yeah. So that's what it was, and it was pretty. It'd wake you up. Like I would say, out of all the full autos I shot, it was like, besides the PKM, it was like the second most like violent, I guess you could say.
Yeah, exactly. It's 30 caliber slugs coming out of there.
Oh
It's
yeah,
like,
definitely.
it's like you're talking about that 9mm HK, right? Like,
Right, totally different. Pistol caliber, rifle caliber. No, I did shoot the CMMG Mutant SBR in full auto, and while it did have a
twice the length.
Huh?
Much larger than.
Well, it did have like a huge muzzle blast and everything. It was surprisingly big. I mean, you couldn't shoot like more than a few, you like 5 or 6 round bursts, and you had to require. I was shooting like at 80 yards when I was shooting it, and I would shoot like 4 or 5 round bursts, and I have to stop and get back on target. But I mean, even then, it was pretty fast getting back on target with it. I really liked it a lot. So I was really disappointed I didn't get to shoot the Troy full autos. Troy had some short barreled their rifles, and they looked sweet. They did a demo, and I didn't get to shoot them. I already mentioned that, though. I said that yesterday, but I'm still really disappointed about it. I did get to shoot the 12 gauge suppress. That was cool. The salvo.
What shotgun was it on?
To be honest with you, I don't even know. It was
A pump or a semi-auto or a.
It was semi-auto. It wasn't.
Vegas there.
I'll have to go back and look at the footage. Actually, you know what? I don't even know if I had that one on footage or not, but I'm sure I could find out. But it was there, and yeah, back pressure was insane because it's obviously a 12 gauge, so lots of gas, lots of powder. I was like, oh my god! Like some of those things, that freaking make your eyes tear up so much, all that smoke coming out of them.
Just rub it through your hair.
Yeah.
It's styling product.
I mean, it wouldn't bother me when I was shooting, but after I got shooting and like, realized that my eyes were stinging, I had to, blinking hard a couple times. I was like, all right, here we go. Gotta clear up the eyes. And then,
You
Alright,
didn't shoot an Evo in full auto?
no, I didn't. That's the
I'm disappointed.
CZ pistol, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even think anything CZ was there, because I did.
It would have been SBR.
Yeah, I don't think there was any CZ stuff there. I mean, CZ wasn't there, the company wasn't there, so.
I'm sure the Evo was probably there. There's like fully auto dealer samples all over every YouTube channel, and
Is there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I really didn't. I should have went to more chance, but I spent a lot of time at the belt fed stuff, watching them shooting those guns, and then I got to shoot the Vortex, all their guns, shot their guns, and I spent a lot of time at the Falcor defense table. They had some really good stuff. Their 300 Win Mag AR, like I already mentioned, it was awesome, and what I really liked was their, I can't remember the name of it. It's their standard 16-inch AR that they build for like competition. And I shot their SBR, the SBR first, the same version of it. I'm like, man, that thing is so fast. I'm like, this would be awesome for for 3-gun. Because I was telling them, one day I'm probably gonna get into 3-gun. I'm just doing pistol stuff right now. And they're like, hang on a second. And Clint, the executive president, I didn't know that he was executive president at the time, but he was the one who helped me out. He's like, he motioned for one of the other guys, like, hey, bring the other gun up here. He's like, here, shoot this. And it was their sixth standard length, and it was like literally the weight was like hardly even noticeable between the two, between the SVR and the full length one. I was like, man, I'm like, that one's those almost exact same weight. He's like, yeah, it's pretty close actually. He's like, that's what we sell for for competitive use. That's what a lot of people buy that for. And I was like, yeah, this is nice. And I liked it a lot. But 300 Win Mag was awesome. Can't beat 300 Win Mag AR.
Guys excited for Obama's executive orders?
Is he supposed to be making some more?
You know, it's
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, they haven't said what him and his cabinet or whatever his advisors are coming up with yet, but they said they're working on new executive orders
For guns specifically, or just in general?
for guns.
All right, I'm ready.
Me too.
What I like about Obama is that he's wise and he knows better than us, and he's always looking out for us.
Exactly. He's like our father, like Chris Rock said. You gotta listen to our father.
Oh my god.
Like
But
the whole country baby daddy.
That man ain't my daddy.
his first 21
I want Maury Povich to find out.
from 2013 did absolutely nothing to hurt us, from what I can remember. So I don't know what he's coming up with now.
I don't know about that.
Well, first we had the N7 whatever ban, then we had the M855 ban attempted.
No, I mean the 21. I don't know what he's.
You mean
I
the
guess
ones
you're
from
right.
2012?
Then of course we've got the
Yeah, late.
reclassification of the of the SIG brace. If you touch it, apparently.
But that
Oh, yeah.
wasn't his executive order.
Those are all executive agency determinations.
One thing that's happened
DPS is an
too.
executive agency. This stuff came from the top to okay, reverse these rulings and override the technical branch. Believe me, those were all political decisions.
Another thing too that just recently happened was the cannon. You know, those guys from X, I think they're called X Products. They make the cannon, the upper that goes on the AR lower. It shoots, soda cans. and stuff.
They reclassified it as a destructive device if you actually use it.
Well, I may or may not have fired one Saturday.
Did they talk about that situation?
They did. The X Products guy I was actually talking to him, or he was talking to. Crap, he was talking to one of the guys from USA Chemical Supply, people who were supplying the binary for the shoot, and they were talking, and I was kind of listening in. And they were like, "Yeah," I was like, "I don't think it's gonna be that big of a deal." He said, "I think we're gonna be able to work around it pretty quick." He's saying that they're talking about how they're gonna cut down the barrel, like on the chamber or whatever. He's like, but then you cut down to like 12 millimeters or whatever. And that technically, I guess, that you got a 12 millimeter barreled rifle, whatever, because it's part of the the chamber for the pressure to build up, I guess. But he didn't seem too worried about it. So they're gonna get it fixed.
Yes, it's all arbitrary silliness.
Yeah.
I mean, because none of the stuff is in the NFA. It's all agency determinations, which change all the time. But the problem is the courts give full weight to agency determinations. So, if an agency changes its mind, you can go from being a law-abiding person that has a legal firearm to a felon overnight.
Mm-hmm.
Wah.
It's bad juju. Or like George Carlin said, it's all bullshit and it's bad for you. By the way, GUS, I think you gave us all Ebola.
Did you guys get sick after that?
Every one of us except for Eric, and I think it's because he has young children and they keep him inoculated by bringing everything home from school.
I think it hit the other day. But just
Yeah,
the
what?
other I got sick as hell the other day, but it was like Thursday, not any earlier. I mean, I was kind of sick after, but it didn't hit me until like Thursday, if that was what it was.
Yeah, it hit me about started hit me Wednesday, Thursday I wasn't feeling good at all. Friday I was horrible.
Okay.
Started coming back to life on Saturday, and
Yep.
I'm okay now. I'm just trying to cough things out of my lung now.
Oh shit. Well, then that's what happened to me. So do you think we got hit with some sort of anti-gun plague or something?
I think so. I
was
think
Democrats.
Bloomberg came in and started sprinkling Ebola on our tables.
Shit, that's crazy. I mean, that happens. You get it at SHOT Show every year too, but I guess it's my bad. I didn't know how big it was going to be. I should have been like slamming vitamin C for a week ahead of time or something.
Yeah, I should have thought about it too.
But yeah,
we weren't sure if it was from the airline flights or if it was from GRPC itself. But if you got it too,
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I thought it was food poisoning because I went out to eat with people and then they got sick, kind of same as I did the next day.
oh no, man, we've been snotting and sneezing and
Yeah, I've had this in my lungs like all week. Yeah, I thought it was from a couple of days before. That makes sense.
yeah, no, and that's the thing. Thursday was really it didn't feel quite right on Wednesday. Then Thursday, it really started to hit. And by Friday, I was, it's a good thing I worked from home or I wouldn't have gone in.
That's because we had to listen to so much vile bullshit that we all caught there. Bullshit.
Yes. Luckily, Eric didn't get it, and he's going to go be lobbying on our open carry and strict scrutiny bill tomorrow. That's coming up in committee.
Was there like a Moms Demand Action infiltrator in there coughing on people?
We identified a couple of infiltrators while we were scanning the room there.
Really?
Oh yeah,
One
they
rally?
always send a few. There's always a couple from Mother Jones and things like that.
One rally I went to, we were in a park, and this old lady kept walking up to the anti-gun lady, kept walking up to all the pro-gunners and like coughing on them, trying to like get them to do something, I guess, in front of the cameras.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah, they're
That's
fucking
crazy.
sick in the head.
dude, that's
I was like, this is unbelievable.
So apparently Vertex pants are pretty good.
They're okay.
Somebody saying they're, I see this one of their videos that I just typed in best pants for shooting and they popped up a little bit.
That's bad for shooting. The ones that don't fall off when I run.
For, I don't know, maybe a year or two after we were doing the stuff, going to places and doing reviews and stuff, we figured that it's time to separate guns and gear, and then I started paying more attention to the gear side just because it was a separate thing. Anyway, so that was like 2010 and till now, and I try not to pay attention, but I just do because I happen to know people. So like the people I met in 2010 walking around at SHOT Show and Outdoor Show and NRA Show and everything else, they're the same people. So you get to know them after a year of meeting them in 3 different states and whatnot, or 4 different states, I guess. So like I met these people and I knew them, and then you have your things, like back then it was a little different. The videos weren't a thing yet. So being a person walking up with a video camera and taking a video with them, the first time was like kind of awkward and weird, and some of them did it, some of them didn't. The second time it was interesting because they were like, wow, people watch those videos and shit. So they were doing it at a whole different level. And then by the third time, same year, it's like it was already like, we know what we're doing, like we've done it a few times already. Let's get to the money shots and let's get on our way, right? And it was sort of an interesting kind of relationship with these people. So I knew them, right? And then let's say the next year we were still kind of doing that, but things had shifted. Companies came and went, and like over time companies came and went, but people definitely switch companies because they're in that, let's say, the textile part of the tactical or whatever textile part of the gun industry. So that's like tactical shit, that's like CCW stuff, that's like hunting and whatever. So these people are moving around to different companies and whatever, and then also the companies get bought and sold and transferred. So anyway, what I'm saying is it's interesting to see over time these pants, because if you actually just follow the pants, like the actual cut and design of the pair of pants, some of them have gone from company to company to company, and they'll have 4 different names on them, but it's the same damn pair of pants from the same people making the pair of pants. It's just the company name keeps getting changed, or the people keep getting bought, or whatever, and or branding even changes sometimes. So I haven't kept up enough to remember where Vertex is and all that, but there's a lot of that interesting stuff there. If somebody was into that, you could go look at all that, because then you got to throw in Chinese rip-offs and other imported rip-offs to that mix, and
Right.
it's pretty quick. So
Yeah,
to
you know,
answer-
I want to invent a
Yeah.
pair of military pants that has fan motors. It has fans in the crotch to keep you cool. That's powered on flatulence.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, renewable energy source, something that we all have plenty of, especially when in the field, and takes care of a absolutely critical problem for today's soldier. Because until you've had jungle rot, you don't know uncomfortable.
Yeah. Well, these are just for competitive shooting and stuff like that, and going to matches. So I'm looking for something that's unrestricted and kind of can keep me, kind of keep the heat in and keep me cool when need to.
Well, then you need the tactical kilt.
Oh, yes, good point. Found some tactical trousers here. Here's some proper tactical trousers. These look interesting. $25, 15% off. Something. Let's see what they got. They got 30, 32. Come on, where's that?
Call it the 511 skirt.
There was when I was shooting the Georgia State match this last month. There was a guy. They actually know him. He shoots here locally. He was working one of the stages. He was wearing a kilt, a tactical kilt. I think who makes it? Is it 511 or?
I'm not sure.
I forget. I think it is.
I'm not sure. I've seen a couple of them online. Actually, Eric is known to break out the hiking kilt occasionally.
Oh, he has one.
Yes.
Oh wow. We don't get to see him on here much anymore. Well,
That's recruited
I'm-
till you do it.
Been keeping him pretty busy lately.
yeah, that's good. Better out there fighting than is.
He's got to be up at 4 o'clock in the morning to drive to Tallahassee and be there for our open carry and strict scrutiny bill tomorrow. 'Cause there's a press conference at 8 a.m. and the committee starts at 9. Him and G-Wave Scott's going with them tomorrow. He has the day off, so he's driving over. Yeah, you pretty much got to meet the whole crew, didn't you?
I guess so. 4 of you.
We only had 2 board members who weren't there. Jim Dykes, he's a retired colonel, and Chris Wagner, he's a retired police officer who now runs one of the college police academies here in Florida. Who's also on our board of directors. But they'll all be here at the next conference, obviously, since it's here in Florida. You still thinking you're going to make it out?
Next year?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I won't miss another one if I can help it.
What is it? The GS. I can never say it right.
Yeah, Gun Rights Policy Conference, GPRC or GRPC.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kicking myself that I missed so many of them. Charles has been inviting me for years, and I thought they were going to be boring and lame, and yeah, I'm kicking myself. They're the opposite. They're awesome.
So the next one's going to be in Florida?
Yes.
Yeah, Tampa.
Oh, oof, that's still kind of far, but maybe I could. Is it? Can anybody go?
Yes.
Yeah, it's free.
Oh, nice.
Just, get your hotel room, and they usually have a discounted rate on the hotel rooms. Usually about runs around $100 to $120 a night. That's
That's
the
not
hotels
bad
they
at
get, and they don't go into flea bags.
all. They should have one in Georgia soon, so they haven't had one here in a long time. Since
And then
1989.
each evening after the conferences,
What's that?
each evening after the conference, usually a number of people wind up in the Florida Carry Suite, drinking our booze and talking gun policy, or just making fun of each other.
Nice.
It's kind of like one of these chats, except everyone's looking eyeball to eyeball, and it's the people that run all the state gun rights organizations and some of the national ones.
Right on.
And
Fancy.
then hundreds of people that were just there to be there with that. So just a bunch of cool people.
I'm sure I'd probably be like one of the youngest people there if I went, because I'm sure it's a lot more.
No, not at all.
No?
Except some motherfucker walked around, everybody's sick, it seems like. So maybe I'm going to wear one of them, like, masks next year, like a painter's mask.
Yeah, this is the first time I've come back from one and gotten sick. But it seems that there's a number of people that did.
Yeah, I haven't talked to a couple of people, and I'm wondering maybe if that's what happened. Everybody's got knocked out and then now recovering from the day you miss.
Yeah. Oh, and of course I come back and now my wife is sick, so she's hating me.
And Tampa's not too far. It's an 8.5 hour drive for me, which isn't horrible.
Or pull into Atlanta, jump in a plane, and you're there in an hour and 10 minutes.
That's true, and it can't be that much for a plane ticket.
Nah, Tampa,
Atlanta
round trip on Delta isn't much at all.
200, 300.
Somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can even find it for less if you book early. It's the last weekend, the last full weekend in September.
Yeah, I'll definitely consider it next year as it gets closer. Well, it's on the weekend, right? So is it like a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Saturday, Sunday thing?
Yeah, Friday night's just like a cocktail reception.
Yeah.
And usually a bunch of us all go out to dinner and stuff like that. Then, Saturday is a full day of conference. Sunday is a half day of conference. And then in the afternoon on Sunday, if you don't fly out, there's quite often an extra clinic or something like that. This year, the Leadership Institute put on kind of a basic training for lobbyists class that anybody could attend. Me, Eric, and Scott went and sat in on that for about an hour of it, and it was all very good material. A little more basic level than what we do, but really a class that 4 years ago I would have loved to have sat in.
Right.
I mean, there was nothing he was saying where I was just like, oh, well, that's not the way it really works. I didn't feel like Rodney Dangerfield in Back to School or whatever. Let me tell you how the business world really works now. The guy was actually very good. They were using actual lobbyists that have actual experience. So that was kind of a cool added bonus. G-Webs, did you get up to sample any of the bourbon? I can't remember if you got some of the bourbon or not.
No, I left on Saturday because I had to come back here and drive back again, so I didn't want to start drinking or nothing.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you couldn't come up. before the conference, I was able to acquire a bottle of Pappy Van Winkle 20-year-old bourbon. So we killed that thing during the conference, and I was very lucky to be able to get my hands on it because go out and try and buy one if you wanted it tomorrow. It's like a $1,500 bottle of bourbon.
Jesus.
But it's good. I will not be bringing any $1,500 bottles of bourbon to the next conference, though.
Dang it.
It will be Jack Daniels and Bacardi for everyone. Okay, maybe some decent scotch. You didn't get over to the range day thing, did you?
Range day?
Yeah, on
What?
on Friday, they Friday morning until about 3 or 4 o'clock, they had a range day. It was the first range they had done.
Well, I didn't even know there was such a thing. They would have come up there for that.
Yeah, they like I said, it was the first time they had done one. Second Amendment Foundation is kicking off a training division.
Oh, okay.
It really it's going to compete with like NRA training.
Oh, is
Florida
that
Carry, yeah, and Florida Carry is going to be partnering with them. We're going to co-brand on it for the basically a course that is tailored to what you need to know for a Florida concealed carry license. So it's going to give you a standardized course that we can offer statewide that really actually covers Florida gun laws and Florida use of force laws and everything else you need to know about gun safety and all that stuff before you start carrying. So, you know, the NRA doesn't let their instructors teach anything about state laws or use of force laws and stuff like that in their courses. We're taking the opposite approach, where we're going to have a Florida Carry approved curriculum and work with the Second Amendment Foundation folks to offer a joint course between Florida Carry and SAF, and we've got the determination from the state that our instructors will be able to teach just like NRA instructors will for concealed carry licenses. So we got that nailed down now. So Florida Carry is working with them, and the guy that runs the SAF training division now used to be a board member at Florida Carry. He left our board to go pursue this. So that kind of gave us the really easy insight to being a part of the whole thing as it's coming out now. Yeah, I think they're going to be talking to Georgia Carry and a few of the other ones. Some of the people from Mississippi Carry for doing their enhanced licenses, and some of the other states that have training requirements on their licenses. Working with those state organizations as well.
Hey Sean, let me ask you, or you and Moon Food, since you weren't here earlier, have you guys ever bought anything from Lucas Tactical?
Rings a bell.
No.
Okay, because I know I've heard of it before. Some feedback from somebody that I could trust.
Hang on, that really rings a bell. And if I remember right, it's one of those things where, okay, never heard of them, but read some good reviews, and I just went ahead and tried it and was pleasantly surprised. So let me make sure that's the one I'm thinking of. Give me a sec.
They sell mostly Glock stuff. Yeah. They sell Glock slide assemblies, lower receivers, magazines, and stuff like that. Perhaps. Where you hold on to it.
No, that's not the company I was thinking of.
Okay, never mind.
Oh, I remember when I was looking at them. Was when I had my Glock 36 and wanted to get a Glock 30 frame for it.
Right, yeah, that's what I was looking at getting from them actually, was a frame.
Yeah.
They have good prices for them. Better than I've seen on Gunbroker.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is why I remember them, because I was going to do that, and then the Glock 30S came out.
Right.
And I said, okay,
Perfect.
why Franking gun it? I'll just trade in my
Glock read my
36
mind.
on 30S. Done. You know, $130 difference, and I was out the door. Which surprised the hell out of me, since I had stippled my
Oh, wow.
36. But apparently they liked my stippling job.
What did you do? You just use a curling iron?
Yeah, I use my solder iron. The thing is, I've been soldering since I was a kid, so I have a pretty steady hand when it comes to doing this stuff, and I did I did a pretty neat pattern on that thing. You know, it wasn't a pattern for looks. It was a pattern that was aesthetically pleasing and very grippy, and then I sandpapered it to make it feel just right. So.
I'm too scared. I'm too scared to do mine.
When I went to trade it in, it was at Florida Gun Exchange. The guy's like, "Oh, you stippled it, and it's going to take some." Oh, wait a minute. Then he grabs it and he puts it in his hand. He's just like, "This is really good." I'm like, "Thank you." He's like, "You did this?"
Yeah.
My next question was about to be, "Who did this?" I'm like, "No, I did this." He's like, "Why don't you sidewalk?"
But no, don't go down that hole.
No, because you're probably not willing to pay for as much time as it took me to do that, and I'm not cheap.
Yeah.
My time does not go at minimum wage levels. That's for damn sure.
Time is money. I think I'm gonna go with True Spec pants.
Made in the USA? Or does it say on there? Sometimes
That's
with
what I was
fabric,
trying to find, actually.
a lot of times with clothes, they'll put it in there. It might even be a law or something. Because I know in catalogs they always used to tell you.
Let's see. Let me just Google True Spec made in USA.
Well, I'm pretty sure that they do both. Like, you can't just go, oh, these are always made here or there. They're just wherever they can get them made cheapest for whatever they're doing.
Oh wow, they're headquartered here in Georgia. Interesting. Okay, no, the first manufacturing facility ever was in Honduras. 2004, they did another facility in Honduras.
Honduras is still the Americas, at least, though.
That's true.
On to South Americans, that's where, or Central Americans, I guess, that's where.
And these are people that know about fighting to not get murdered.
No, here's the other thing. It says now it has strategic partnerships with manufacturers in Indonesia, Korea, China, and the Dominican Republic.
Now you're talking crap materials and slave labor.
Yeah.
Well, you can get the really good slaves and actually get some good stuff out of there, but you're still going to wind up paying for it. So
There's a really
that's all.
interesting show on the Netflix. You've seen the shows about the different things that talk about like focusing on food production and the massive waste and stuff there, and
God.
kind of thing with fashion stuff, how they've made fashion so fast and this kind of thing, and then it has changed. Basically, the opening up of international markets have made it real competitive and just a massive thing. So, anyway, just I never really thought about clothes, but because you think about how clothes used to be, like in the '60s, they were like 99% of clothes were made here, and they were made so that they would last. You bought them as a thing that you bought, and you didn't have to buy another one unless there was something wrong with the one you already had. But then it kind of changed to, what do they call it, like engineered obsolescence or whatever. And then if you add fashion to that, like tastes and whatever you call fashion, right? You know, the trends or whatever. Like, as soon as you add that to it, well, now the thing doesn't even have to wear out, and you're not going to wear it anymore because it looks
It's
funny
only
or
been
whatever.
fashionable for so long.
And then they don't even have to make it good. They only have to make it last a few washings. So it just turns into like massive amounts of waste, basically, like making shit for no reason. So they talked about how the those thrift stores, you know, that are everywhere, how they only sell like 2% of their shit back to us. And so we send all these clothes to other countries, and there's just like big mountains of clothes, and they do all kinds of weird shit with them and stuff. And, you know, it's obviously big problems. And anyway, it's just interesting. I never thought about it. So when I think about like how cheap clothes are, I mean, it's all adding to it. It's like because it's turning into this like throwaway type of clothes, like it's harder and harder to get clothes that are worth a shit. You have to pay like, what do they call it, like artisan prices to get shit that's made the old way and sewn with real machines and materials that, you know, are made to last. Shit, Carhartt was the last one I knew that was made anywhere near here, and they're probably going to Indonesia now.
So should I get what kind of blend should I get? Like polyester cotton or 100% cotton? Or
Well, that's the thing. So in the military, at least back in the day, you would get two different kinds of pants. You'd get like really nice light ones, and then you'd get ones for cold so that they were heavier. And if you walk around with the wrong kind of pants on, you're like lugging around all kinds of extra material for no reason. Plus it'll be hot and annoying. So I would say you'd want the lighter stuff for what you're doing, right?
right, polyester blend then.
I don't care if it's like if you're cold a little bit, as long as you got your ability when you need to, you could always throw like sweatpants on or something. It's not going to be fucking cold. I don't know what it's like. You're going to Ohio?
Kentucky. It won't be that cold. It'll be like in the 40s maybe when we start shooting that morning.
Oh shit, that's cold as hell, dude. I need a snowsuit for that.
No, that's not too bad. Really, the only thing that, I'll be honest, the only thing that gets cold actually is when it's my hands. Like, that's more important. I'll have to make sure I have hand warmers before I go.
Now just start putting your hand in ice all the time, and then you get used to it.
Yeah, you might get used to it. That still doesn't mean it makes your reaction time faster.
If you get used to dealing with that, if you get acclimatized to it, then you'll be able to do your manipulations all fast and super cold. I would think it'd be better to do it with barehanded than with gloves on. And I really pay attention when they shooting matches in the winter. Do they wear gloves?
Nope, no one does.
Yeah.
You
Alright,
wear
so-
gloves. What you do is you sit there with your hands in big, giant, warm hunting gloves, and then whenever you get ready to go up the line, you take them off and go up there and shoot. Come back, put them on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, so have any of you guys tried these Duluth fire hose pants?
No, I kind of want to. Not the pants. I've seen things made out of them. They make pants out of them? Those would be freaking heavy.
Out of what? Reused fire hose?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's doing that? Recycled firefighter?
No.
Uh,
That idea. People have been doing that since fire hose got, you know, as soon as they break one little piece of fire hose, some fireman was like, I ain't throwing away the rest of that.
Yeah, 11.5 ounce fire hose can, 100% cotton canvas.
Dang, that's pretty good. That would be like Carhartts on steroids. I'd love to get a pair of pants. I think it's something like that, though. I'd rather just get
65 bucks for a pair of pants for it.
I think I'd rather get overalls, because that's the kind of shit I would put on over my regular pants in the shop, because I wouldn't want to wear around pants that heavy, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm thinking about getting a pair of these things. I don't know if they make overalls.
I've seen aprons and stuff made out of it, but that's like super high abuse tolerant material, so That's got to be the
Oh,
best.
they do make overalls out of this stuff too.
When I did some Sawyer, like, what do you call it? Fucking call them chainsaw work, and you'd have like kind of like chaps on your from like your pant from your waist down to below your knees, so that if the saw bounced off you, you'd had some protection. I've seen stuff like that made out of that.
Let's see. All right, sizes 30 through 50,
Did you
and
get
inseams from 28 to 36.
How much say they cost though?
$65.
That's not really that bad. A pair of fucking card hearts cost $40.
Yeah, these things, I mean, they're like multi-pocket cargos with
I think that's it. We're just gonna
like
do.
an extra gusset in the Balzac region.
We're just gonna change this into trouser channels. It's all gonna be pants related for
It,
now.
it is the trouser trout channel. We're talking about trousers and trout.
That'll be our byline. We put our pants on one leg at a time. We put our pants on one chat at a time.
Unless we're in a big hurry, then we just jump into those bastards.
Well, that's true. I bet you firemen wear those pants like that. That'd be good for them. Anybody working around machines, really.
Yeah, I'm coming out of the shower in Bosnia when something set off the damn trip flares and just outside the wire, and they set off the frickin' base alarm. There I go running up to the frickin' guard tower wearing Kevlar vest, flak vest, full battle rattle, helmet, flip flops, and a towel, and an M16. All I was wearing was armor and a towel. I wounded pants that day. But I just killed the chat.
I'm looking at this link to Arbor, like the tree, Arbor wear pants.
Yeah, these fire hose ones I'm looking at, they're the Duluth Trading Company ones.
Oh shit, everything. I mean, I'd buy anything from there. I've heard nothing but good stuff about them, right?
I've heard a lot of good things there. I haven't tried their stuff before.
I know that
I'm very tempted.
When you were talking about that, I know that I've seen. I'm pretty sure it was from there. Like they make what do you call it? Like a thing to wrap your axe up out of that fire hose stuff, and they'll make like a thing for like your outdoor tools or whatever. They'll make little pouches and sacks and shit out of that material because it's, they'll last forever basically. It's like better than leather.
I didn't know they did all that.
Oh yeah, I've seen all kinds of stuff made out of that. And then that makes other stuff like out of sails, I think. They're reused or whatever, what do they call that? Not recycled, but I think repurposed stuff.
Well, and I've had a few, like fire hose material things over the years, and they've always just been incredibly durable and just, really enjoyed the items that I've had. So I'm thinking a pair of pants with that. That sounds like right up my alley.
we still buying pants?
All pants, all the time.
All right, pants channel.
Well, next we're moving on to underwear.
I'll say I just popped into the video real quick just to see if anyone was actually talking, and I heard you say something about fire hose pouches or whatever. Are you talking about the Duluth Trading?
Yeah, that's
yeah.
what I'm talking about.
I just ordered 2 pair of work pants from them that are like the fire hose pants with cargo pockets.
We'll be waiting for your review.
Oh, so
I'm
you're
sitting,
talking about it?
I'm sitting here with my mouse hovering over the buy button, wondering if I should do it.
Is it because we were talking about it, or you just happened to coincidentally do that?
No, I ordered them on Saturday
Have you had
before
them?
the pants drama.
Have you had them before? Or
Not those ones. I'm familiar with their fire hose stuff. My dad has a pair of oh god, what are those things? Like the farmer thing with like overalls.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got a pair of those that's made out of fire hose. They seem really durable. He crawls around under the tractor and stuff, and they seem to clean up nice, and they don't rip or wear out. Yeah, I just needed new work pants, and I happened to be looking at their stuff and was like, yeah, what the hell? I'm going to buy them.
They're made in Minnesota, right?
I think some of their stuff's made in China, and some of it's made in the U.S.
Oh, really? That's lame.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do import some of their stuff, but I think their fire hose stuff is from here. I think I checked that before I bought it. I don't know.
Yeah, so somebody a while back told me it was like U.S. materials, but like literally they shipped, pardon me, shipped the fabric overseas.
So all those tiny hands can get the stitches real nice.
Yes.
No, they pay them like $120 a month. Those companies those countries that don't have like all kinds of rights or whatever yet, that just go up to a country or a factory and go, well, we need these for $1 or something, and then they'll be like, okay, now we need them for 60 cents, and they'll just keep going to a factory and keep going to a factory until they get them for whatever price they want. So there's so much competition, they can just set their prices. They got to get those people that make them have to figure out what they're worth, get good, and then charge appropriately, and then it'll be be better.
Hey, look, if you just go to, Sichuan, China, industry company number 1, you get what you want.
Yeah, they're not in China though. All the clothes are being made in Indonesia, they said. Or like 80% of them.
Well, at least they have better names for their companies.
Well, and part of the problem now.
Which ones did you guys buy? There's a whole shit ton of them. I'm liking this Duluth Flex. Looks like it has a shit ton of pockets in it.
Pardon me.
Damn, I want one of them jackets made out of fire hose. They look like regular jackets too.
Want a fire hose codpiece. Just wear it around the neighborhood.
Yeah, if you dip into they have a whole section of this website called Fire Hose Shit, and then it goes right into like wallets and luggage and bags. There's a belt, $60 for a belt.
Yeah, I'm sticking with my my gun belt makers. been burned too many times by companies that say, "Oh yeah, we make a really strong belt." Yeah, no, you don't.
I don't know if I like this. It's like a vest mixed with an apron. I don't know if I like it or if I hate it.
Is it a apron?
Yeah, here. Oh, it's not pants, but maybe. Well, not what I'm talking about. I can't tell if they'd get in the way. Like they show them with nails. Like then the first time you bend over, all your nails spill out. Like I'm not sure if it would work or if it would be annoying as shit. Having your shit attached to your vest.
So a magnet into the bottom or something.
Oh, that's an idea. You could put a little magnet pocket on the inside so you can take it out and leave all your nails free, and then put it in and hike around your nails.
Yeah, just don't put your wallet or your cell phone in there. You'll be fine.
That fire hose tool roll, I would take one of them for like a cleaning kit. That looks pretty cool.
Hell, I could put that on my motorcycle.
And then this thing, we used to call them EMT pouches, but it's like a little bigger than a knife pouch, but it ain't like a full tool belt. But it basically gives you the ability to put like the old little mag lights and AA batteries, and then like a pen driver and a little lighty to see if somebody's eyes are dilated, and then like a cell phone, and then like a leather one.
Those silly pocket protector things that the EMTs always carry.
No, but it's for your belt, and it's like bigger than.
Yeah, I was just they just reminded me of oversized pocket protectors that didn't fit in your pocket.
Yeah. Well, those things are super handy because you can keep a couple of them in like a bag, and then you go to a run or whatever, and then you can take it off and put on a brand new one. At least I thought they were pretty handy. But anyway, they make those out of fire hose. That'd be way better because the ones I used to carry around were nylon, that old shitty 1990s ballistic nylon, that stuff. So if it wasn't really good from Fireland or whatever, it was just garbage, and the material would like fall apart just from wearing it and having it sitting on it or whatever. So having it made out of fire hose and leather, that'd probably last forever.
So you saw the little revolver rig I was running around with out there to your PC?
I guess so.
My alligator and shark skin 1911 holster came in earlier today. Just a little too late for carrying out in Arizona, but.
Well, whoever Corey, I can hear you.
Oh, those are my dogs.
Oh, that makes sense. Sound like a good one.
Sounds like a bear.
Yeah, they were fighting over a bone. So what'd you think of those Arborwear pants? Because I've got a pair, and they're pretty good.
I couldn't tell where they were made. Where were they made at?
You see, I don't know.
I think I've heard of them before, though.
Well, you know, they're for arborists, so they're really heavy wear, but they're supposed to be a nylon, which, you know, I stay away from cotton for, you know, outdoor stuff. And, I mean, you'd think they were cotton the way they feel.
So you stay away from cotton because of its weight?
No, I stay away from cotton just, you know, for being outdoor activities and hiking and camping and all the stuff that I do. I mean, cotton's the cloth of death, so you want to you want to stay dry.
I remember back in the day, I just don't agree with that all 100%, but you're saying the wearability, like the nylon, is more durable?
Well, I mean...
Or are you talking about like getting wet and not drying out and that kind of thing?
Yeah, exactly. Like the Rail Rider stuff that I posted, I've got like 4 pairs of that. Now, they're real lightweight, but when they get soaking wet, I mean, they'll dry really quick. So if you get like a freak rainstorm or something when you're out, and then it dries out, you know, it gets sunny, they dry quick. I mean, just really fast. And I think with the Rail Riders, and they're real expensive, and it's an American company, although I don't know if it's manufactured in America or if it's just American components.
but I think those are SPF rated. So like, out in Arizona where you're at, that might be, something to look into.
Yeah, I'll agree to an extent on the old "gotten kills" mantra, but there are exceptions. Things like duck cloth and the fire hose stuff, and will help.
Yeah, anything that's coated like that, I mean, that's going to be a little bit different, but
Or the right kind of weave, even. But you're obviously not going to put on freaking white spongy looking tennis shoe socks.
I only wear wool. I switched over to wool years ago, and it doesn't matter whether I'm in the desert or the mountains or where I go. I'll only wear wool socks.
Yeah, I'm pretty much that way. It's with the exception of the occasional Thinsulate type, just synthetic wicking material sock.
Yeah, so they make
that in Germany and Bosnia and stuff. I also started wearing Gore-Tex inner booties with those things inside my boot, depending on what type of boots I was wearing.
First Gore-Tex jacket I ever bought, I think, was in Grafenwehr back in the early 90s.
They weren't issuing them by then?
Well, I think only division units were issuing them. That was back in maybe 92, I think, when I bought mine. Yeah, we weren't a division unit, or at least I wasn't then, so.
Gotcha. No, I was stationed over in Baumholder.
Actually, I was in Wiesbaden, Mainz, and then moved to Friedberg. You know who was stationed in Friedberg, right?
Uh-huh.
Got my hair cut by the Elvis barber, too.
Really?
Yeah. He was a very old guy, and he was getting ready to retire back then.
I love Germany. I hated the winters.
I mean, I'm from Ohio, so the winters aren't dissimilar to how they are here, wet and miserable most times, but, I was in the central Rhine area, so it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, well, that was the problem with Baumholder, being kind of up on the mountain there. It was, you could drive 20 minutes away, and it was bright and sunny on a winter day, and you get back to Baumholder, there was a constant freaking gray cloud over the place. You go a few months without seeing the sun, it's just like, I got to get out of here for the weekend, or I'm going to open a wrist.
Well, you were there, what, 2 years?
3.
But
well, okay, so I was stationed there for 3 years, but a year of that was spent in Bosnia. So, yeah, I was there for 2 years.
Okay. See, my unit was one man short, or my platoon was one man short, so they took another platoon to go to Sarajevo. That was when that stuff was kicking off.
Uh-huh.
And they provided security for the Air Force back then. Our guys spent all their time in the casinos in Sarajevo, so.
Y'all went in early '90s with the UN contingent, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, screw that. I never had to wear a freaking blue helmet. Thank God.
And that's the thing. They had to go paint those Kevlars, and of course, one day you're gonna have to turn that thing in, which means you either have to paint it or scrub it and paint it, and yeah.
Yeah, yeah, very glad I never had to do anything under NATO colors. Or not NATO colors, but UN colors.
Yeah. But yeah, I spent 2 years over there and then extended to come back into the States.
And I actually ETS out of straight out of Germany, and then went in the National Guard when I got back to the States after I started college.
Now, what years were you in Germany?
95 to 97.
Oh, okay. I was there long before you then. I was there 91 to 93.
Okay, no, I actually joined the Army in the end of 93.
Okay. Yeah, I enlisted in 89, but didn't go in until 90, so.
89, I was a freshman in high school.
I was a junior, or I was a senior in high school then. But yeah, they had the whole Panama thing kick off when I was a senior, and by the time I got in, they were working on Desert Shield and then Desert Storm, and then I went to a non-deployable unit, so missed out on that fun.
But believe me, you're not deploying, you're not missing much.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I followed it in the Army Times. That was about the most of it.
You're missing a couple of ribbons. That's about it. Believe me, they ain't worth it.
Well, one of my in my third unit when I went to the 10th Mountain, my one of my squad leaders over there, he actually saw a lot of action over there. Had lost his 60 gunner when he was over there. The guy got shot. But yeah, there wasn't much engagement.
I did right before I went to Germany, in the 94 to mid 95. I was assigned to JTF 4 in South America. Then said, nah, I don't feel like playing these games anymore. Put me back in the regular infantry. So they did that, sent me to Germany, and the next thing you know, a few months later, I was in Bosnia, and on the way in between that, got thrown into Operation Vigilant Warrior for a couple of days of fun in the sun in the sandbox when Saddam started acting silly.
Yeah, when I left Germany and came back to the States, I went to the 10th Mountain. Of course, they were over in Somalia at the time, and they asked me, hey, you want to go to Somalia? I'm like, dude, I've been out of the country for 2 years. Of course, that was October of 93, so I opted not to go, which would have been the last thing I could have went, really. And, yeah, a couple of our guys got shot up over there.
Yeah. Yeah, see, I joined November of 93 was when I shipped out. I mean, I already signed up just waiting for my ship date when Somalia went down. And I was actually at my recruiter's house having dinner with him and his family when the news started picking up on what was going on. And my recruiter's brother was actually over there, and he was freaking out because, you know, we got dead Americans, and he doesn't know if his brother's one of them or not.
Yeah. Well, yeah, my roommate had, he left, he PCS from Germany maybe a month before me and went to the Big Red One, so he went to Fort Riley, and we found out as soon as he went to Fort Riley, he got deployed to Somalia, so, you know, he got there really quick.
Oh, boy.
But, yeah, they asked me and my roommate in my new unit at the 10th Mountain went, And I'm like, dude, I've been out of the country for a while, so I'll pass. Which, you know, my family thinks maybe somebody was looking out after me. I don't know, but I was like, well, it was my decision not to go this time around. So.
Sounds like you were in Germany. I had people in Germany in 90, 91, I think. 90 maybe. So, you say you were in Germany in that time?
I got to Germany in October of '91 and was at the Rhine Mine for darn near a week till they cut me orders to go to a unit.
Yeah, yeah,
But
me
yeah,
too. Yeah, they didn't get any more efficient by the time I got there either. So
No.
now I'm wondering where you're going to go and walking over to that little. All right, so you kind of walk off. You go over this little sky bridge over the freeway, and there was a little beer garden there in Zeffelnheim. So we wound up doing a lot of walking back and forth to that little beer garden.
What's Germany like? Is there like one place that you go like in process into Germany, or is it like every place has their own like in process?
No, it was the Repo Depot. I forget the name of it, but it was a replacement depot.
That wasn't 30th AG. That was
So you're saying it's one place that everybody would go and then distribute from there?
Yeah. There's one place at the Rhein-Main Air Force Base where they've got what's called an Adjutant General Battalion, or an Adjutant General Detachment, and all it is
It's a staging place,
a
basically.
personnel processing center to figure out. Okay, now you're in Europe. Now we got to figure out where we're going to send you.
Oh shit!
And
So
they had.
it's not because I guess the people I knew over there had, let's say, specific jobs. There wasn't a lot of people with those MOSs, so like I never thought about it, but they just went to wherever they went. But I never thought about like if they have a artillery guy come in, they're like, okay, who needs an artillery guy or who needs a mortar guy? Or
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's exactly how it works. I mean, you
just
flew in to Ryan.
Like, I'm here and this is my job. Where am I going to go work at?
Exactly, and they got to figure out where we plug you in at, and depending on your job, with me, it kind of sucked because I had what was called a PRP, Personal Responsibility Program, so I had a security clearance, and they were going to send me to a nuke site, and I'm like, you can't send me to a nuke site. I just came from, a Kona site, and then this other clerk says, yeah, he's right, and they're like, well, we got no place to send you right now, so just chill out. And they had this big room which, you could seat, I don't know, 100-some people, and you were just sitting there watching AFN, just waiting.
So what's the deal? Like if you're from one security thing to another security thing, they don't want somebody to be able to do so much, so you have to, like there's procedures or something? You can't do certain jobs after other jobs or something?
Well, no, it was more of a mental health thing than anything. They wouldn't send somebody from one site to
They're not
another
going to put
site.
you into one deep dark hole for 2 years and then sit you into another deep dark hole.
Okay. So
They're going to let you get some fresh air for a couple of years.
I got you.
Yeah.
So it's like the duty. They're not going to give you shit duty.
You're not going to go from one site working in a skiff to another site working in a freaking missile silo.
I just was thinking,
Yeah.
like, I knew people that worked in silos back in the day, like in the old days when they first made them, and like those guys couldn't do other jobs. Like if you were in this line, this was the Air Force, whatever, but you couldn't be like, you couldn't go from this MOS to that MOS. They didn't want people to know both things, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? They didn't. There was a security risk to have one individual know too much shit, so they wouldn't let you do certain.
Well, that makes sense for the Air Force, but with I know I was in the Army, so with my MOS, they're like, hey, you've done a security site, we're sending you, someplace different. It's just like I said, it was more of a mental health thing than anything else, because like you said, you want to send somebody to a site, so you're spend 3 years, sitting in a tower or something.
Yeah, get you all stir crazy and then give you a button. Don't push this button.
Oh, Well, actually, it's don't shoot at the guy in the tower next to you, because they used to play games, from what I heard. They would play duck, like one guy in a tower would fire around at the tower that the other guy's at. I mean, they're not trying to hit the guy, but they're hitting the tower. And they're just, they would do that to screw with people, or if they got really bored.
I don't know. I can't say too much because people might know who I'm talking about, but yeah, I know some old guys that were in previous like wars or whatever, I guess, and they were in Berlin, and yeah, I imagine it had to be crazy because those guys had like been through war before and they weren't done, and they were like in next to the commies.
If you had popped around it. If you had popped around at my damn guard tower, I would have put a 203 round into yours. Fuck that.
There's a lot of people going back and forth from what I heard. Quite a bit. It's just that, like, these were people that had all come from wars. They were like ready.
Well, a lot of it's the Cold War stuff. Yeah.
Nothing came of it, obviously.
Guys will get bored, and you've got a sealed can of 200 rounds of ammo, and what's the worst thing you can do but give a private nothing but time and bullets and say, hey, you want to screw around?
No, they gave me a female supply NCO and put her on guard duty with me occasionally. Yay, Bosnia.
Well, that's the problem with co-ed units. Anybody in a co-ed unit usually got in trouble.
Well, and that's the thing. I was in an infantry unit, but when we were doing base defense stuff, they just pulled the guard roster out of all the units that were there inside the wire. So it's like, oh, okay, I'm not doing anything outside the wire for this week, so I'm put on guard duty, and oh look, I'm on with Sergeant Brown again, because the guys making the schedule knew we had something going on.
We did training with
It
chicks.
definitely kept morale up, I'll put it that way.
We had training with chicks, but I never had any chicks in my unit, so I never got to.
Yeah, out of the 3 units that I was in, 2 were co-ed, and there was the first unit I was in, people were getting court-martialed for, fraternization. And in the second unit I was in, everybody was getting pregnant and married. So,
oh, God.
Yeah.
Well, when I got to Germany, or when I got to Baumholder anyway, so I show up, and me being me, spit shine boots, fully pressed uniform, just got a haircut right before I left Rhine-Main, make sure my flat top was good and tight. And, all my processing paperwork, I've got a briefcase, so I don't have to carry around a folder. So, little, kind of cotton duck cloth, green briefcase. So I'm walking around doing all my in-processing, and there's this master sergeant comes in, looking around. All of a sudden, I see the master sergeant pointing at me. Then some clerk walks up, says, let me see those orders we just gave you. Yeah, you're no longer going there. You're going to brigade headquarters. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm not a clerk. I'm an infantryman. Yeah, they want infantrymen. At the brigade headquarters unit? Why? I don't know. Go ask the master sergeant. You work for him now. Get out of here. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
So that was my first and only experience in the military with being in a co-ed unit. We had a couple of females in the barracks there. It was just a little weird.
Oh, that was it was a weird experience going from the States, because even though I was in a co-ed unit in the States, obviously you were billeted differently there. You had your own rooms, but in Germany, the unit had one common bathroom. The thing is, we were living in an old SS barracks, and we had one common bathroom, and there was a sign. Of course, I don't know, like 20 years old at the time, and I don't read signs. I'm in the military. Why do I read signs? And I go in there to go take a shower. Next thing you know, there are these women in here wearing, robes. I'm like, this is Europe, all right. Everybody's in here darn near half naked, and I'm like, this is a little bit different.
Dude, my first day in that unit, I went down. Actually arrived on a Friday, so kind of they got me into a room, and I go into the the floor shower, and I'm sitting there taking a shower. I turn around, and all of a sudden there's a butt naked German girl pulling up to the stall next to me, and I'm just like, I like Germany.
Oh yeah, it was different.
Then I found out she was like an E6 who lived in the barracks girlfriend, and here I am at the time at E4. Okay, damn it.
Yeah, I will say that was the best 2 years I had in the military was over in Germany. But I got there shortly after the reunification, after the wall fell down. Wall fell down, I think, in 89, maybe early 90. And there were all kinds of issues with, people from the old, east coming to the west. And a lot of signs saying Auslanders raus, and, a lot of the refugees that came over from Kurdistan and Turkey, and they were living in Germany, kind of like what's getting ready to go on now. And the Germans were not happy campers about that.
Yeah, actually, a buddy of mine, actually, he's my co-executive director of Florida Carry, Rich Knapsack. He was in Berlin when the wall came down. Air Force communications intel type guy.
What's neat? I had a couple of buddies who were in Berlin Brigade, and back during the separation when the wall was there and everything, and when you went from the west to the east and you took the train, I mean they had blacked out cars, and you had Russian soldiers on those trains at one end or at each end of the train with AK-47s, making sure that nobody got on or got off until you got to, your side of Berlin, and then they left and then came back to their side.
Yeah, he was telling me about when you could drive through the Russian sector, but there was a certain path that you had to take. You had to, basically check out through the American checkpoint, check into the Russian checkpoint, and then they knew how long it took to drive from one checkpoint to the next one. So if you were overdue more than like 10 minutes, the Russians would, the Germans would actually send a patrol out to go find you, see if your car broke down or whatever. And they had these little cards that they had to carry. So if a East German came up to you, you presented them with this little card saying, basically, I'm an American and I demand to speak to a Russian officer. And because of their all the agreements for transiting, only they could only deal with, only a Russian officer could deal with whatever, and then all the Russian officers that would ever show up all spoke English. So kind of a weird deal. I can't imagine like driving through saying, I demand my right to speak to a Russian officer during the Cold War.
Yeah, I've read a few articles, some really interesting ones about all the people who have made the trip from the east to the west in the back of people's cars, and that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, well, and apparently that was one of the things they were really worried about with, if Americans going through were overdue. was, were they trying to, pick up, pick up East Germans or pick up, anybody,
Yeah.
smuggle them out, were they getting spies in and out or something,
Well, worst thing that can happen is you're smuggling blue jeans, right? They were big on, what I heard, blue jeans and anything American that you could smuggle over there. A lot of GIs would buy, Levi's, take them with them, and then, sell them for like 2 and 3 times what they were worth.
Hell, American cigarettes, still. At least when I was still there. I mean, there was all kinds of stuff that, like, just, God, if you got caught selling stuff that you picked up at the commissary, it was your ass.
Well, I'm sure they still issued ration cards when you were in, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, like you were saying, everybody who's been over there.
That and your gas stamps.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got my briefcase as well.
Ration cards now? What do you mean?
Oh no, when I was in, I know and he said you still have the ration cards. When you would go over there, when you would in process, or shortly thereafter, they would issue you a ration card on how many packs of cigarettes and alcohol and all that stuff, because things, as weird as it may sound, even though it's been 30, 40, 50 years, they still ration how much goes over.
Right. Well, and what they didn't want you doing was selling your stuff on the black market to the Germans.
Are you talking? I guess I'm thinking of something else. Like you're talking at the, what do they call it? Commissary or PX? Or
Yeah.
The stores? Yeah, on the base though, not the, or on the post, not the.
Right. So you could like go to the liquor store, but they're on post and buy up
You
buy
still
plenty of booze for the month, but you've got a little ration card. It looks almost like a passport book. Or remember those old things that they used to have at like the grocery stores where you had this little stamp book where you'd collect your points?
Yep.
Right.
It looked a lot like that, except it was
free.
When your month is full,
Right.
you can't buy anymore because they were afraid that you were selling on the economy. Now,
but you didn't get it for free though. You
the
still had
rations.
to-
Yeah, you still had to buy it. Yeah.
Okay, it's just that's like every time you bought something, they would stamp it so that
Right.
you wouldn't be able to buy as much as you wanted.
Exactly.
Right.
So,
And believe me, it was more bottles of booze than you could possibly drink without killing yourself.
Right, but it's enough so that you don't start selling it in the town. I thought
Right.
maybe like you got like army money to go into the town and buy whatever.
no, they didn't do script or anything. That was a
Because
long
they had
time ago.
vouchers. Because once they got rid of cooks, they got vouchers for everybody in the reserves and everything. So they would just get like a meal ticket basically, and it was shit. It was before credit cards. It was really just like a piece of paper, and I guess the restaurants would turn it into the government or whatever.
So when did they get rid of cooks?
Oh, in the beginning of the 90s.
See,
They got rid of all kinds of internal shit and just started contracting everything. Whenever Clinton came in, because Clinton was reducing the size of the military.
well, yeah, he did.
They're in house, basically. I know so many people that went in to do one thing, and then by the time they got back, like their jobs didn't exist anymore, and they just went to go do other things.
Well,
Yeah.
it's not like they've gotten rid of all the cooks or anything. I mean, because you've still got the.
Well, you have some cooks, but I'm saying like
But
there's
you guys
no
don't have
army
four.
cafeterias anymore. There's no
Yep.
like some reserve units would have like a big cafeteria, and it was all run by army cooks. They don't do that anymore. Now they'll either contract in cooks to run the cafeteria on the base or the post or whatever, or they'll give you like these tickets, and you would just take the tickets to like Burger King and eat lunch and then come back.
Yeah, so we had contract defects, dining facilities, and we had military dining facilities. Now, the military ones you would usually find with your combat arms units because, well, we had cooks that we brought to the field with mobile field kitchens to
Yeah.
basically be able to feed us when we're out in the woods. And then, well, they had to have something to do when we weren't deployed, so they would run the dining facilities in around, the line combat units. But you get down into, the supply units and stuff like that, and really the non-deployable type units. Yeah, those things are all run by contractors.
Well, like you say, you still need cooks to be able to cook on the battlefield. So you'll have them kind of cooks, and then there's the cooks for, like, I don't know who they're for, but like maybe ambassadors or generals or something. Because there's cooks that go around being fancy and doing all kinds of fancy desserts and 3-course or 5-course meals, or whatever it's called. So there's still that, but like I'm saying, just like you're saying, I think the cafeterias and shit. Even on when you go to basic, you're doing freaking KP for like a bunch of civilians now, right?
Really?
It isn't like some army sergeant like it used to be.
Because
obviously I haven't been.
No, that's absolutely true. I mean, hell, that was true when I went through basic in '93. You got
pretty sure that's what Clinton did. Basically made it, because the Army used to be an expeditionary unit. The Army could go do something, and it had everything from the guy who folded the envelopes and put the glue on.
Yeah. We can still do that, but after we were initially set up, then we bring in Brown and Root, and we got contractors out of Texas that are doing a hell of a lot better job, a lot cheaper, and
making us when the Army did everything,
making us freaking wooden boardwalks instead of making us walk through the mud.
Yeah, I don't like the way they're doing it now, though, because now these companies aren't regulated, and they're charging an arm and a leg for shit. And I've heard stories. I watched some show where they were talking about like some wells they were building somewhere, and it was up to the contractors to both do it and report on it. So they would build a well, and they would drive away, and then somebody would destroy the well, and then they'd come back and build the same well again. And they just kept doing that over and over, and we're paying for it. And even if they didn't destroy the well, if they knew it was going to be destroyed, if they just walked away from it, it's just, some of that shit, that just, I mean, it can happen in the Army, but at least there's somebody to help be responsible. When somebody figures it out, somebody's going to get in trouble for it in the military with the civilian side.
Well, there's no incentive for someone in the military to do that because, well, we're not getting paid.
No, there's a lot of. I'm not in the fantasy land. I hear you. There's people that will stand there and do that all day, their whole career in the military. But every once in a while, somebody comes along and kicks them in the ass, and then they do it the right way. I'm just saying. I think I'd rather the military could do all that shit.
They're not doing it because they want to make money for having to dig a well for the third time.
And I don't know. I don't think it's such a bad thing to have like the haircut dudes and the guys sweeping up the hair being soldiers, because then that's just a lot more people on a payroll actually worth a shit and not just a couple.
I was pretty pleased with when we got to Germany. All of a sudden, we quit using the military cooks and we're using the fucking military cookbook, and hired a bunch of I hired a few locals and some Americans to come in and supervise them, and the chow quality improved.
See, every unit that
I was really happy with Brown and Root when they showed up with trailers full of flushing toilets. You don't know what it's like not to have a flushing toilet for 6 months. And then all of a sudden you get one. And then a large man is standing there with a machine gun in his hands, flushing the toilet to watch the water go around in circles and giggling. And that was me.
Yeah, every unit that I was in the 4.5 years I was in, we all had Army cooks. But to be honest with you, the thing that bothered me the most is when I had KP, and this was when I was in basic back in '90.
You saw them boil the ribeyes, didn't you?
Oh, we destroyed so much good food, and I asked them, hey, why are we dumping all this food? Why don't I'm 19, I'm not paying for it, I guess, but I'm like, why do we waste this food? Why don't we give them to the homeless or give them to shelters or something? And they said the problem is once we cook it, it's already been paid for. We cook it, it's got to be destroyed. It can't go back out the door because it's only going to last so long. So they've got to dump it. And it was like just in one company, and you had so many training companies, on the post. I was like, this is a ton of chicken, literally a ton of chicken that we're throwing out, or that the government's throwing out.
And worse than that, like
What
every
chapped me was
military,
when we
if you
took.
don't use all your budget, then you don't get the budget again. So you
Yeah.
basically have to budget for the worst case scenario and then maintain all that shit. But
Yeah.
that's one of the reasons they cut all that shit, because there was a ton of waste. But you can cut that without just taking out the whole system, you know.
Yeah, no, what always chapped me when I got stuck on KP one day. Actually, I was I got hurt, so I got thrown on light duty and couldn't go to the field, so they stuck me on KP instead. I was pissed, but anyway, hanging out with the cooks, nice enough guys, and all of a sudden they break out all these beautiful ribeyes. I mean, these are really nice looking steaks. And then they put them in this like 400-gallon pot and fill it with water and start boiling the steaks.
Oh God.
So they're boiling it, and they're throwing, onions and steak sauce into this pot that they're boiling them in. And then they're like, right before they, we just kind of blanch them off in this boiling water with the seasonings, and then we take them out and throw them on the grill for a second, and they're done. And I'm just like, no wonder your steaks always taste like ass.
Jeez.
And I literally said, "Screw this!" And I grabbed one of the fresh steaks and seasoned it myself and threw it on the grill. And somebody said, "What the hell are you doing?" I said, "I'm cooking my own damn steak today."
I will say those old field kitchens, that's like a Chinese puzzle, just how they put them together and then how they break them down. I mean, it's the weirdest thing in the military I think I ever saw was one of those field kitchens.
Oh yeah, that
they
thing was definitely made by the people that did the Transformers.
Yeah, it's like a big trailer, and then like all the walls collapse.
What I'd like is those crazy ass netting things that came out. Like they'd cover the whole area for dining, so you'd have netting.
The camo nets, you don't want them after you've had to put them up a few times.
No, I'd want them just to have one. I wouldn't want to take it up and put it down. I'm just saying just to have them would be cool. Because I'm just saying those size. I've seen them behind trailers or just 12 by 12, but those things were like mash tents. They were huge. They were like.
Well, here's something you probably don't know about those things. It intermixed into all the little webbing for all the little camo pieces. There are these things that look like little bitty baby key rings all throughout it. And
pinholes.
What for is for radar scattering.
Dude, I couldn't even. I wish I had $1 for every time I had to put up and take down.
They're not pinholes or anything. They're in there and just flopping around for no reason until you realize what they're for. They're for actually scattering radar signals.
Now I've put up those things more times than I can count, dude.
Okay.
But little ones. I'm just saying. I think it'd be cool to have like your whole backyard when it comes down. That'd be neat.
One of my roommates found one that got pitched for whatever reason because they thought it was bad or they were getting rid of it, and he scarped it up, and then next thing you know, in our barracks room, he's trying to figure out how to string it all along the ceiling of the barracks room, and I'm like, what in the hell are you doing? He's like, oh yeah, man, it's just like we're out in the field again. I'm like, oh. But I had some weird roommates.
Do I look like I want to live in the field?
Yeah, we lived on top of a Medac clinic in Germany, when my unit moved. I don't know if you had to move at all, but we moved twice in Germany in the time I was there, and that was during Clinton and all that, and we moved a couple locations, and so went from our SS barracks to Ray barracks, which is where Elvis was, and our rooms were huge, so they had all this room to put all kinds of camo netting and displays and all kinds of crap. But we fit 4 guys in one room and had plenty of room for all of us.
What happened?
Went quiet. Now, were you in the Army there, G-Webs, or is that what you did, or Air Force?
No, Army Reserves though.
Oh, okay.
I knew a ton of people in the Air Force, and I was in Civil Air Patrol before I went in, so I thought I was going to go Air Force, and then I decided not to be a pussy.
You mean you decided not to be smart?
No, yeah, pretty much. I was like, I think like everybody, you're like, well, yeah, I could have a job when I get out, but fuck that.
Yeah, that's the weirdest thing. In Germany, I found out what the Air Force was all about. And when you got into Rhine-Main, and this really pissed me off, spending so much time in the field out in Germany where it's cold, miserable, nasty, and wet, they had an Air Force guy, an SP, at the gate, right? And they'd run like some sort of small jet engine with a whole bunch of conduit right to his ass in his hands so he could stand at parade rest with his heat coming right to him. And I swear to God, it was like 30 feet of conduit piping just so he can stay warm while he stands there. You know, meanwhile, when we're out there doing that, we're in Mickey Mouse boots and, you know, parkas and all that crap.
I know exactly that vacuum cleaner looking jet engine thing you're talking about.
Yeah. And then their chow halls had plush blue carpeting, and all you had to do is pick, you know, decide what food you want, pick it up, eat it, and then leave your trays, and they had people to bust the trays off the tables.
Huh. Where was this at? Like a ceremonial place or a fancy place?
No, this was in Germany. A couple of the air bases.
A U.S. air base, though.
Oh yeah, U.S. air base, yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Just compared to the Army side, they were like
Yeah.
easier, and they didn't have to do nothing. I used to drive a truck around for a while, and I never went to an Air Force base, but I did notice that like different forts or whatever the fuck. I'm always calling them bases, I guess, because the Tucson has a base, but I guess they'd be forts because of the Army. Anyway, you know, different commands or whatever, different whatever their mission or whatever they were there for. They had really different like characters to them. So yeah, one of the things was going in and like you'd drive a truck somewhere and maybe you're dragging something or waiting for something. You know how it is. You fucking have to wait all the time for shit. So like, okay, I'm gonna go eat, and you always had you didn't have to pay for nothing. So why the hell? Why not eat? So anyway, yeah, just going into different mess halls. You know, there's rules. They're kind of the same, but they're not the same. They're crazy different. So I can't even imagine jumping between like different branches too.
Oh
like
yeah.
I was always inland or whatever you call it. Like, and there was a Navy base around, I guess, but it was fake. Well, what the hell is a Navy base gonna do in the middle of nowhere? But I never even like barely hung out with Marines ever. Rarely the Navy, never the Coast Guard. So Air Force would be the only thing close, and never really. When I was a kid, not when I was in the Army, I never dealt with the Air Force like actually 1-to-1. But yeah, I bet you it's way different. Well, you ever been to officers' mess and shit, like officers' clubs?
No, see, I was enlisted, so
Well, me too,
NCO
but I've
time.
been to officers' clubs just going to them before, and they're way different too. They're like more like what you're talking about, like they don't, so going to a fancy restaurant or some shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's different when you're reserves than when you're full time. I would figure being full time, you'd end up experiencing way more, but maybe you do experience different stuff being reserves because people don't really, I don't know, they don't take you so seriously or something. Like they figure you're not there for the long haul, so they don't make you do all the fucking rigmarole so much.
Well, I've been to a few reserve training places. Fort Indian Town Gap, I went there training when with one of my units. And we were full time, but it's kind of funny to go, even though you're full time, you go to a reserve location to train, because where I was at was in upstate Maryland, and there was no place to go other than Pennsylvania.
Right, but that's probably what they did, right? Is maintain a training area and train
Exactly.
people.
Yeah.
That's what I think is neat, and you don't really. I mean, I guess it's boring for a lot of people. When you've been in processing or whatever, you ever see like the movies back in the day? Like they'd sit you in a movie theater and just make you watch these or let you watch these weird movies that were like, I don't know what they were for. They were like commercials for us. Like they were to show us like what this missile would do or like what this tank had the potential of. And then sometimes you'd see like what Russians were doing. Did you ever get that kind of stuff?
No, that we had every once in a while you'd have certain training for certain things, and then we would watch. I'm back in the time where you had overhead projectors, and oh, now I'm going blank on what they're called. Where they had not the slides, the little the plastic.
Yeah, the overhead projectors and the slide projectors.
Yeah. I mean, we had that kind of stuff, and they show, hey, these.
Well, we would get these movies that would be like, here's what an
Okay.
A-10 would do to a runway, or like, here's how an A-10 works with an Apache.
Huh.
You know,
Okay.
They were kind of like the shit you would see on the Discovery Channel now or something, or like the History Channel or Military Channel.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, there's just so much of a difference between how it was back in the 90s and how it is for the guys now. I mean, I work with a lot of guys who've gone to Iraq and Afghanistan, and they tell me some of the stuff, that not apart from all the war stuff, but just how training is done and how equipment has changed. I mean, it's almost like night and day. I mean, my father got drafted during Vietnam, and just the difference between the early 70s to the 90s and then the 90s to now. I mean, there's so many leaps in technologies and philosophy and just different ways of doing things in the military now.
I'm going back and forth there, but yeah, I hear you. I think we're about the same age because that's where I'm at too. They were all like thinking I was crazy, but I can't even imagine. Like, we didn't even have anything like armor. I mean, there was flak jackets for like whoever, some MOS I'm sure had a flak jacket. I knew they existed, but
Yeah.
wear anything like armor. You had fucking Alice gear, and we thought we were kicking ass. We thought we were the shit because our shit didn't. Well, actually, it was right before the plastic shit. We still had the little metal freaking Alice gear. I think we were just getting the plastic buckles and something else was plastic, and I was like, man, we're the hottest shit. We were just getting Kevlar helmets. Like, those were just being issued. And I was like, man, our helmets look fucking cool now. We don't have stupid-ass World War II helmets anymore.
We had Kevlar the entire time I was in, but we had the camouflage flag jackets, and it was always trying to figure out, okay, do I want a big one or do I want one that fits nice and tight so it doesn't bounce around so much?
What years?
What's that?
What years were you in? I thought you said you were in the late 80s.
No, I enlisted in 89, I went in 90, and then got out at the end of 94.
Yeah, they didn't start changing out the flak vest into the IBVs and stuff like that until what was that, about 2000?
Oh, I thought you said you were in right before me, but yeah, we didn't have anything like that. We barely, like I said, we were just getting the Kevlar helmet.
Yeah.
There was no armor yet.
Well, I qualified with a 1911 and an A1, but that's how backwards and how so far down the supply chain a lot of the units that I was in. My second unit in Germany.
Berettas, you mean? Like, nobody had Berettas back then yet. Like, there was no the top foot or something.
We had to wait for an armor unit to deactivate to get the M9s.
But we never saw pistols anyway.
Yeah, well, and part of that for you was just the function of not being in a TONE line company.
Oh, no, exactly. We wouldn't even see them. But there was revolvers in back then. I took an armorer's course, and you have to learn .38 revolver.
Nice. I did not have to learn I did not have to learn the .38 revolver. I would have liked to have.
It was cool, dude. .38 revolver and the 870 shotgun and all the M60, all the old shit. It was fun. It was it was Vietnam type of shit.
Well, the revolver was mostly carried by women, so that's that was a female weapon for some reason.
They had just started issuing the SIG 228s for people with girly hands.
But when I qualified in basic, I had to qualify with the 1911, the M9, and I think we had A1s, 60s.
I actually tried to get them to give me a 228 instead of a Beretta, because, well, you know, it's a Beretta versus a SIG 228, and you know, of course the arms group guy's like, "Let me see your hand." Oh, hell no, you're stuck with the Beretta.
See, the only people I know that had the SIGs were pilots, like Apache pilots.
Yeah, no, you could get the no, a lot of those guys had 226s. I knew some of those guys carrying 226s.
Yeah.
The 228s were the ones that they brought out for, you know, people whose dainty little hands just wouldn't work with the Berettas.
Yeah, I never saw any of those. I saw what the pilots had. But before I got out, we were due to go to Haiti, and some guys in my platoon were tasked with a PSD mission with our commanding general for 10th Mountain. And one of my sergeants, he got an MP5 was his weapon of choice. He's like, yeah, we went over and we drew all kinds of machine guns just to protect this general.
Were you there for what was it, Restore Hope, or?
I can't remember the mission name. I was actually waving to my buddies as they were.
It was 94.
Yeah, October 94.
Yeah.
They floated out on the TR, Bayonne, New Jersey.
So I was on DRF. I was on DRF-2 flyaway package. They actually put us in the air out of the 24th Infantry of Fort Benning, 3rd Brigade. They put us in the air. We got about halfway to Haiti, and all of a sudden the planes turned around. Someone said something about Jimmy Carter. And we went back home.
Yeah, see, our guys went out on an aircraft carrier, which I didn't. That's one thing you don't understand. Why was the Army on an aircraft carrier?
We were a little bit pissed off at that point, because not that we were unhappy that we didn't have to go do what we thought we were going to do, but look, you got us all hot and bothered, and then you turned us around. We weren't real happy about that.
Well, from what I hear, it wasn't a very good mission because a lot of people got in trouble because there was a lot of crazy stuff going on that, you know, the Haitians were doing, and some of our guys were told not to get involved, and some of the guys did get involved, and yeah, it wasn't good for them.
Yeah, there was bad things going on both ways there.
So I think there was a captain out of the 10th Mountain from our division. I think I don't know if he got court-martialed or what, but I think he was witnessing some war crime type shit, and he wanted to get involved and say, hey, this needs to stop, and the local nationals complained to a higher element, and he got in trouble.
Yeah, I know about a couple of combat engagements by actually some of the recon Marines that were, you know, apparently in hindsight decided they shouldn't have done so, even though people were getting killed. At least no one lost their careers over it. You know, that was just you know, it wasn't just a couple of people, it was the entire unit engaged. So what were they going to do, court-martial the whole unit?
Well, that's like the thing I think, I posted it before, about the Special Forces guy in Afghanistan, you know, that they kind of thumped that area commander a little bit because he was, you know, raping that kid. And then the same commander beats the mom when she tells the SF guys, and the one sergeant, E8 or E7 or E8, you know, they're looking at, you know, QMP him. He's getting QMP'd and possibly on a less than honorable discharge.
Yeah. Well, apparently there's been enough public outcry that the military is reversing course. Of course, now we've got a Secretary of Defense that may be more sensitive to matters of buggery.
No, that's the Secretary of the Army. Yeah.
That just makes it even worse.
Yeah. Yeah, that's well. And did
I
you
really
hear
thought it was. I really thought it was the incoming SecDef. It's Second Army. Oh God.
Yeah, it's Secretary of the Army. Ash Carter, I think, is the Secretary of Defense. But well, did you see? Because I get some of these articles on my Facebook feed.
I
And
haven't
all
been
that.
paying enough attention to it. I just
Yeah.
knew that there was a. I don't know why I thought it was the Secretary of Defense that was being replaced, but yeah, I was not pleased to find this out. Look, the military is not a goddamn social experiment.
Well, apparently it is
Our
now. So
fighters.
it apparently is now, since you've had 2 women in Ranger School, and the commanding admiral of Naval Special Warfare says that they need to the time to put in females in the Navy SEAL Buds program.
But I will tell you from personal experience, when you put a bunch of infantrymen into a guard tower or a foxhole with women, they're not going to be very effective at pulling their doing their duty. They'll be doing other things.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I was in division, and yeah, the only infantry guys that were in co-ed units were the long-range reconnaissance guys, and they were in an MI unit, and they tried to keep those guys separated from the females and the rest of that MI unit.
Oh hell, even in that brigade headquarters, that was co-ed. Oh, they tried to keep us dirty grunts that they brought into the headquarters unit separated from everyone else. It didn't work.
Yeah,
the idea was it was an infantry brigade, so we needed to have some of our own infantry at the brigade headquarters, so that we had some we wanted the smartest infantrymen we could find. Guys that also had computer skills and commo skills and stuff that we would basically cross train into doing other stuff, but still kept them active doing grunt infantry stuff, so that if the shit hit the fan, we had our own ass kickers.
Yeah.
Right there, embedded with the brigade headquarters. That was the idea of having us there instead of just a bunch of clerks.
Yeah, I don't understand the concept behind phasing out the M60 with a machine gun that's larger and heavier than what you already had.
I understand the reasoning, having used both weapons. However, when I went from mechanized to a light fighter, as a mech soldier...
Oh, you wouldn't care?
Well, it's not that I didn't care, because you still do a lot of humping as a mech soldier. But when you just break down, I can drop that thing in the track and switch out to an M16 in the rack and give myself a break. Let it go right on the track for a little while. As a light fighter, the only break you're going to get is to say, "Hey Joe, take my 60. I need a break. Give me your 16." And you didn't do that until you were just beyond the point of no return anyway, because, well, pride.
Yeah, but the M60 is a lot lighter than what they're using today, because it's even longer and heavier.
Well, that's the thing, and the 240 just exacerbated the problem.
Yeah.
But that I have had M60s fail on me. I have not,
Oh, yeah.
I never broke a 240. I broke a lot of saws.
Yeah, I only carried the saw for a limited period of time, but I carried the 60 for about 3 years. And yeah, I mean, I was in the arms room for about 5 months, and I realized what it takes to break one and what it takes to fix one. And usually what it takes to fix a 60 is a tiny little headless pin, because most 60s will blow out in the back because they spin too much.
Or you round off that little ledge on the operating rod that actually
Yeah.
serves as the freaking sear.
Yeah.
And you sit there with a damn crosshatch file and reshape the thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then I got fancy with mine. I actually reshaped mine and then got Jeweler's Rouge, and I had a pretty sweet M60 at one point.
Yeah, that's the worst thing, you're out doing whatever and you're being ordered, shoot, 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 and I'm like, I can't shoot. Why not? Because the whole back end of my machine gun just blew out. And it's dark and you got barely enough light with your red light and you're looking in and yeah, I'm missing that little headless pin that goes in where it screws in the back on the bolt, and that's all it takes. The deadline is 60. Is a little piece of nothing. But they vibrate out, I think.
Yeah, I shoved a damn roofing nail into that once.
Yeah.
But yeah, the saw, I destroyed a number of bolt carriers on the saw. They would just, you get rocking and rolling on them a little bit too hard, and basically the bolt shatters inside the bolt carrier. I had it happen to me 4 times. The first time it happened was actually on a Calfex exercise. So we're doing combined arm fly fire exercise. We've got, we've got Apaches, we've got Kiowas, we've got A-10s, we've got F-16s, we've got tanks, Bradleys, engineer Miclics. We're shooting Bangalores, we're throwing grenades, and we're shooting ammo for this whole dog and pony show, so that all the brass on Fort Benning can say, look how cool the infantry is. And so I'm laying into this bunker. My buddy goes in, throws the apophis grenade into the thing, and I start laying in something else with the saw, and all of a sudden it just goes clunk. And I've got a live round on an extremely hot barrel, and it's, whistle blows, run back to the Bradleys, get in the back. So I'm sitting here going, oh shit, I've got a hot round in the barrel, and it's going to cook off, and I can't extract it because the bolt just blew up. So I'm running back, muzzle down, get almost to the back of the Bradley, and I'm just like, all right, I'm just going to muzzle plant this thing into the dirt and leave it here. Yeah, I'm literally just going to shove the muzzle into the mud because I'm not bringing this thing onto this track. And right before we get there, it finally cooks off. Boom! And my platoon sergeant looks at me. I say, cook off. All right. End of story. Done. And then we spent the next 4 hours trying to get the thing taken back apart.
Yeah, the only thing I liked about the saw was that it was lighter than the 60. And I only carried one for maybe, 4 or 6 months. That was it. Then I became a team leader, and I didn't carry one. So
even when I was a team leader, when I became a team leader, I was in a light unit, and I was a 60 gunner because I was in charge of the freaking weapons squad. So I was a squad leader. So as a squad leader, I was also a 60 gunner.
this is better than being in the mortar squad.
No, screw that. I wasn't a Charlie. Now, do they even have Charlies anymore, or is everybody just 11 Bravo and they classify them now?
I don't know. They've changed all kinds of numbers.
I know they got rid of the 11 mics because I was initially at 11 mic, which is mechanized infantry, which 11 mics are fully qualified 11 Bravos, and then they get additional training to become an 11 mic. Well, now they don't even do that. You're an 11 Bravo, but you have an additional skill identifier, an ASI, that you're mechanized qualified.
See, my buddy's in the Guard, and he's a Cav Scout, and he was dual MOS.
Yeah, that's 19 series MOS. It's
Yeah.
a completely different MOS.
Yeah. We spent
those guys are a little bit less about closing with and destroying the enemy as sneaking up and reporting back to headquarters where the enemy is. They're kind of the security guards of the military. Just observe and report.
well, I spent a lot of time around those guys and the armor units. I mean, because in Germany it's either armor or aviation. I mean, that's pretty much your only choices, or at least to hang around anyway. Nothing like getting woken up at 4 o'clock in the morning to the sound of road tracks on cobblestones.
Okay. So we were at Home Fells when we found out we were going to, when we got the orders that, yeah, you guys are going to Bosnia. So they decided we're going to simulate a road march from Hungary to Bosnia using the Autobahns. So we take the
It's a
entire
fast road march.
So we take the entire brigade and we put it on the Autobahn. M1 tanks, M2 Bradleys, M577s, M113s, and Humvees, M88s, freaking Paladin howitzers, everything, and stuck it on the Autobahn. In one night, we killed 8 Germans from them running Mercedes into the back of M1 tanks at over 100 miles an hour. It was a long night.
Yeah, best I've seen is an M1A1 take out a telephone pole because he was turning his turret for some reason and just took out this telephone pole right in front of the barracks. And then another ammo truck dumped like 100 rounds of like 20 millimeter onto the road, and some German's like, "Hey, is this important?" I'm like, yeah, kinda. We'll take that.
Oh,
Yeah, it just fell out the back and nobody cared to look.
oh shit. Should look and see, is this yours?
Yeah. Yeah, and the Germans just really didn't enjoy us being over there. They were kind of done with us, I think.
Some did, some didn't. It depended. If you got away from the American post, they were great. The ones near post, there was only 2 types: the ones that accepted us and the ones that hated us.
Well, yeah, we ran into a lot of some of the richer Germans who were, middle-aged, who didn't really care and didn't want us to be there anymore. The war's over. The wall has come down. We don't need you.
Oh, I actually wound up, before I left Germany, making friends with this old German dude that had one leg, who used to hang out by the lake in Baumholder. Well, been there a while, so I saw the guy all the time, and he just kind of sneered at the soldiers all the time. I got to the point where, and I've forgotten so much of speaking German now that it's not even funny, I got to the point where I could carry on a conversation. A little bit of grunting and pointing, but it wasn't too bad. And, I just walked up and started talking to the guy one day. Over the next few weeks, we got to be, conversational. The guy was a freaking former SS officer. And he told me, "You are the first American who's been," he said, "I've lived in this town my entire life. I was stationed in maybe the barracks that you're living in now, and I was an SS officer." He said, "You are the first American in all these years that's taken the time to talk to me." It's like, wow, it's interesting. I said, "Do you think it might be?" And I said something to the effect of, "Do you think it might be because you look at all the Americans like you want to kill them still?" He goes, "Well, it might have something to do with it."
Yeah,
And we got on okay. He was nice enough, old Nazi.
what the weird thing is, well, it's not weird, it's Germany, I guess, because Every little town has its own little distillery there, makes its own beer, its own wine, and everything.
Forget. Rhineland Falls. Nobody knows what the Rhineland Falls was. I was in Bitburger area.
Yeah.
Bit.
But we were out in the field, and I forget where it was at, but we were in this apple orchard, right? And my squad leader, he was an E6. He was fluent in German because he'd been there, I don't know, like 5 or 6 years, something like that. And he talked to the farmer that owned the orchard. By the time we left, he had this little box full of apple beer, apple wine, schnapps. I mean, you name it. He had this case because he, speck and Z with that guy for a while, and he realized that, hey, this guy speaks German just like me, and he was cool with him, and we're walking out with, half a dozen beers, wine, and schnapps, and all that stuff.
Well, and that's one of the things I really liked about the people in Germany. If you tried to speak German,
Yes.
they respected you for it.
Yeah.
And it's way different from that. Look, if somebody comes to America and is trying to speak English, there are too many Americans that give them shit.
Yeah.
It really kind of pisses me off. If someone's making the effort, give them a break if their grammar's not perfect and they fuck up a word every once in a while, and even help them out. Hey, bud, word you were looking for was this. Oh, thanks. I don't mind someone who comes over and makes the effort. It's the ones that won't make the effort.
Exactly.
The language that pisses me off.
I walked around over there for 2 years with a phrase book in my back pocket. Anytime I, had to have an interaction, you wanted to know their language because it's their country, even though we beat them in 2 world wars in a row. But,
Hey, look, we were occupying. We didn't take over completely. I had 1 semester of German in high school, and when I showed up in Germany, I found that my German from 1 semester of high school German was better than some of the people that had like 4 years of high school German and thought they knew how to speak German and realized that, oh shit, okay, I can read the signs, but that's about it. I'm having trouble speaking to this guy. It's like you've got your head too much into it. The language isn't that different.
Well, there was supposed to be a class that everybody was supposed to go to, and for some reason I never got to go to it.
Yeah, I heard about that class that everyone was supposed to go to, and I never took it either.
Oh, I wanted.
Anyone ever did.
Oh, I knew a lot of people that went to it, but I didn't. My first month in Europe, I didn't have orders, and for that matter, I wasn't getting paid until we had one of those mandatory sensing sessions with our battalion commander, and he's like, "Hey, does anybody have any problems?" I'm like, "Yes, sir. I don't have any orders, so I haven't been paid." And he's like, "You haven't been paid?" And I'm like, "Well, no, sir."
Oh, that's fucked up.
Oh, it was. I had my
only classes I remember over there were one to get the German driver's license, and the other one where they showed you people that had things that looked like cauliflower growing off of their genitals, saying, "Don't screw the locals without a condom." Those are the only classes I remember.
Yeah, learning priority roads, and the lights always stay on cars because they drive around corners and it's okay to hit another car if you're parking. That kind of crap. I do miss the food.
I don't remember
over
it
there.
being okay to hit another car while parking. I
Yeah.
think that might have changed before I got there.
Yeah. Well, that you were allowed to, if you were parallel parking, you were allowed to bump cars.
Oh, but you couldn't damage it. Yes.
You couldn't. Yeah. You could bump them. Here in America, that's practically a stoning offense now. Not that people parallel park anymore, but.
Yeah.
I heard stories like if you were driving around really fast in Germany and then like ran off the road and hit a tree, like you better get the hell out of Dodge because they'll like throw you in jail for ruining the tree. They leave you
Oh,
there.
the forestman was going to be after you.
They'll make you pay. You'll make you pay for all the other trees that tree might spawn too.
Yes, you have to pay for that tree and all the trees that you prevented from coming from that tree.
Yeah, how many field meisters or forest meisters did you guys run into in the field?
We ran into one after I took down a tree with a Bradley. I had just come from Fort Benning. They threw me in the Bradley, took me out to what's it called? Graf Homefels. Shit, I'm reversing them all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Which one's maneuver? Shit.
I think Grafenveer is where they sent everybody.
Yeah. Graf's maneuver, Homefels' ranges, right?
Yeah.
So we're out in Graf, and well, I found a good spot for my Bradley to have good overwatch on our sector. So I just did what I had always done. I took out the tree that was in the way. At which point my Bradley commander finally found the on switch on the intercom and said, "What the fuck are you doing?" I'm like, "What do you mean? I was just getting this tree out the way." "Holy fuck, we're in trouble." "What do you mean? You can't take out trees here." "Oh, it didn't have a white ring around it." At Fort Benning, if a tree had a white ring around it, you didn't touch it. Any other tree was game. So yeah, my first field problem in Germany, I met the Forestmeister.
Yeah. We ran into a lot of wild boar out there. I mean, you think wild boar is bad in, like, I guess places like
God.
Texas. Oh, it's
Huge.
yes. You
I
think
saw
it's bad in
I saw
Texas.
four
Yeah.
walking, four adults walking 2 by 2, and the four of them were the size of a freaking Humvee, and they were surrounded by smaller ones.
Oh, we were doing land nav, and we were doing a course at night, and you hear this herd of pigs, and we're like, what the heck? It was all wild boar running through, the forest. And we just stopped, and we're like, hey, we don't have loaded weapons. We have, blanks and all this crap. Just let them fly on by and wait till they leave.
Yeah, and hope they don't decide fuck with the Americans.
Yeah, because they all had, they were boar. They had tusks and the whole thing.
You're going to feel real funny trying to take it out with your freaking Gerber in your pocket.
Oh, I had a Leatherman. I had more style than that.
I actually, I didn't like the Leatherman either. I had a SOG.
I was all about...
I still have that SOG.
I wish I still had the Leatherman that I had back then, because it was, that would be a classic today.
I was just using it to clean my fingernails earlier.
Yeah. You can do a lot to fix a Humvee with a Leatherman.
Same with a Bradley. The thing I didn't like about the Leatherman was they when you flipped them open, if you had to put a lot of pressure on them, you just got the inside rails of where the flyers had been. Where on the Gerbers and the SOGs, the way they flipped out, on the SOGs you had like compound pressure because of their little gearing system, and on the Gerbers you just flipped it out and you still had a smooth handle on the outside so you could put more pressure on it.
Now let me ask you this, were gargoyles still the cool sunglasses when you were in?
They were, but we also had the B-lips. The military issue gargoyles with the little green insert so that you didn't go blind if one of the tankers shot their freaking laser rangefinder at your face.
Yeah. Yeah, I've almost been hit by at least 2 tanks. Nothing like, look, it's just like in a movie. You look in your rearview mirror and there's an M1A1 deciding he wants to run you down just because he thinks it's funny.
Dude, we were out at NTC at Fort Irwin, middle of the night, pitch black, zero lume, no moon at all, and I'm driving under night vision, and there's a couple of infrared chem lights out marking sleeping areas. There were dismounts out, bedded down, sleeping. So I'm driving in between all these people sleeping, and all of a sudden I felt my track hit something, and felt warm liquid hit my face, and I thought, oh my God, I just ran over a fucking grunt, and I'm covered in blood. No, I had hit a water can that someone left in the fucking little area they had left open for the tracks to move through. Scared the crap out of me, though. I'm like, oh my God, I just fucking killed somebody.
See, I was in an air mobile unit, and we learned how to sling load and all that fun stuff. They kept telling us, yeah, if you don't, sling load this thing right, or if the hatch on your Humvee comes open, they're gonna drop your sling load. And
You're assault?
I was not, but I was in an air mobile unit. They only sent like 2 people out of our unit.
So you got some field training on how to do this stuff.
Yeah, static probe and spinning a crap ton of high-speed tape and 550 cord to secure your vehicle and all the stuff down. But yeah, they only sent like 2 people to air assault school. But so we start to load up our Humvee. We get it loaded. It starts to go up, and the gunner's hatch pops open, and you can see it bouncing around underneath the Chinook. And I'm like, oh shit, are they gonna cut that thing? Because that's what they said. I'm like, of course not. They're not gonna cut that thing. But you're thinking like, well, that's what they told us they were gonna do. If something was unsecure, and it can get sucked up by the rotor wash, and
they'll only cut something loose if it's really okay.
Yeah.
Helicopter's getting unstable. Fuck this. Boom.
Yeah.
Gone.
Yeah. But I like how they tell you that stuff. Oh, they'll cut your load, and you'll be screwed, and you'll be liable for that, and you'll have to sign a statement of charges. And
yeah, which they take 3 months' pay.
oh. Well, I had to sign 1 statement of charges with 1 no pay due for paying for a door to a vehicle. So that kind of
I
stuff.
always thought that was bullshit. Look, shit happens, man.
Well, it wasn't my first time, and both me and my roommate had damaged a couple vehicles.
You know what? I just thought of a brilliant thing. I should start an insurance company to insure you against statements of charges. You get a statement of charges, you submit your insurance claim, and we pay for it for you. And all for $11 a month.
We had.
Who wants to go into the insurance business?
Yeah.
How many soldiers would not sign up for? I don't have to worry about statement of charges ever if I pay $11 a month in insurance.
It'd have to be cheaper than the SGLI. So we had 4 guys in my unit.
How much was SGLI? It was $10, wasn't it?
I had $10 or $11. I can't remember.
Okay, we'll do it. We'll do it for $9.95.
But I had my company commander tell me when he was dressing me down that there were 5 people out of my or 4 or 5 people on my platoon that were responsible for 25% of all the vehicle accidents in my unit. He's like, can you explain that to me, specialist? And I'm like, well, we drive a lot, sir. That's about all I can tell. We drive a lot, we crash a lot. Getting a lot of mileage in.
I actually here recently put into the whole Department of the Army VA program, whatever it is, to get you a determination of all your awards.
Yeah.
And there were a number of them that showed up that weren't on my DD-214. Like I knew I had the track driver's badge. I knew I was probably qualified for the wheel driver's badge, but no one had ever put me in for it. Well, apparently someone did after I got out. And a couple of other things. A good conduct award that I didn't know I had, and stuff like that. Knew I should have had, but just hadn't been issued. My second one.
Oh, you're saying, yeah. I got pissed off because I went to jungle warfare school at Fort Sherman in Panama, and then when I was getting out, I'm like, hey, I went to this school, so why isn't it not on my DD-214? And I asked the clerk, and I'm like, hey, so why is it not on there? And she's like, I think she said that's training and no longer a school, even though you got the certificate and all that. Well,
Bullshit.
and that's what I'm saying. I've got the certificate right here.
Okay. So here's what you can do. There's a website you can go to get basically a determination of all your awards, and they'll send you all your ribbons and all your medals.
Well, I've got all the ribbons and medals. It's just I wanted that on my DD-214.
But you put in for that just the determination. You don't
Yeah.
have to request all the that they replace all the medals, but put in for it, and you'll find that there might be some stuff that like, hey, I have I had a thing that I did that was at the time classified. Well, it has been since declassified, and when I put in for my determination here last month, it came back and it had my expeditionary medal for that. That was the whole JTF for South America thing. At the time we weren't talking about the war on drugs.
Yeah.
But anyway, so my expeditionary came back for that. So it was like, okay, never could wear that, even on active duty or when I was in the Guard. But now it's on my list of things that I'm authorized. But put in for it, see what comes back, and then anything you think is missing, like your jungle warfare specialist badge, because that is a badge. So you can submit those. You can basically file a dispute and send them the paperwork that you were there, and they will put it into your record and send you that official determination.
Yeah, all they gave us was that
you got your jungle expert badge.
Yeah. Well, all they give you is the certificate that says you successfully completed jungle warfare combat training.
But then you're entitled to the jungle expert badge.
Yeah.
And that's one of the ones I really always wanted but didn't get to get.
Oh, it was a neat school. But yeah, it's
I'm a
really
little bit pissed off that there's not that there wasn't one for SEER school.
Was that at Benning or is that at Bragg?
I did the one at Benning. Because there's actually one at, if I remember it, there's actually one at Rucker, one at Bragg, and one at Benning.
Well, the one at Rucker would probably be for the aviation because that's where
Yes.
all the pilots come out of.
Yeah, but I'm surprised that there's not a damn badge for doing SEER.
Well, I mean that's kind of one of those that's specialized anyway, and it's, I mean, mostly for the SF guys and then the pilots, but see, I was pissed off. I mean,
that school is about an 8.5 on the suckometer.
Oh yeah, well, I've got a buddy, one of my he was an E5, he was one of my squad leaders for a while. He went through Ranger school not once but twice and didn't make it either time. He got knocked out in Desert Phase, which was the last phase the first time he went, and then got a heat casualty, and then the second time he went, he got knocked out in like, I don't know, Jungle Phase or whenever it was, because he had become a heat casualty, so he had problems with the heat after that. So
I had a captain that had been knocked out of Ranger school twice,
yeah.
Because he went hyperthermic twice both times in the freaking swamp.
Yeah.
Basically, as he described it, both times that cold water hit my nuts, and the next thing I knew, I was in a sleeping bag with another dude.
So the cool thing about Jungle School was
and at which point, me and another captain who had his Ranger tap said, "Make sure you go next time through that phase during the summer."
see in Jungle School I learned
And
that
this was a big black dude who was a tanker. I mean,
Yeah.
he was a fucking hoss. But cold weather did not agree with him.
oh yeah. Yeah, it's weird. You learn all the different things that the Army actually does because I never knew until I went to Jungle School that the Army ran the scuba school.
Oh,
And
yeah.
even the Navy sent guys to the Army's combat scuba school. I didn't know that. You would think, well, it's the Navy.
Basic combat, the basic combat diver course.
Yeah, it's like in Florida, I think.
If you start going UDT and deep diving, that's the Navy.
Yeah.
And there are some Army guys that go to those schools too. But basic combat diver is Army.
Yeah, and it's like in Florida someplace, or
I think it's at Tyndall.
but yeah, I didn't know that till I went to Jungle School, and they had some of the instructors.
That is another one that I would have liked to have done, and if I had stayed on a career path that I was in, I know I would have wound up doing it. But on that career path, I got blown up, and I did lose a friend. And that's when I said, you know what, I can do this the rest of my life, and this is all I'm going to do with the rest of my life if I do this, or put me back in the regular infantry. I'm going to do a few more years, and then I'm going to get out and go to college. And at the time, I planned to come back after doing ROTC and come back as an officer.
Mm-hmm.
And that was still my plan up till 2001, right before 9/11. But I'd met my wife. She wasn't my wife yet, but I'd met my wife in '99. Was still in the Guard and still going to college, and was getting out of the Guard in 2011, and then a month before I was scheduled to get out of the Guard. And when I decided that, you know what, I love this girl, I'm going to marry her. She's not built for military, so I'm going to, and I'm making pretty good money at what I'm doing now. I've done my time. I've served my country. I'm not going back. Well, that's when 9/11 happened. 1 month before I got out. So I went to my wife and said, yeah, sorry, honey, fuck this. I'm going back because I got to kick somebody's ass. And she spent the next 2 months convincing me that I had done enough.
I thought about going back in after that, but I had already gotten a really good job and been doing it for about 3 years, and I'm like, well, I didn't enjoy the military that much that I want to go back, but I thought about it after 9/11.
Well, after my first enlistment, I'm sitting there in Germany, and the brigade sergeant major comes up, knocks on my barracks room door. I invite him in, and he spies the bottle of scotch sitting on top of my little mini fridge, and kind of nods his head over to it and said, "Nice bottle you have there." I said, "Sergeant Major, would you like a would you like a bottle of scotch? He said, yes, I would. So we sat there and had a scotch together, and he explained to me that he was there because, well, they told him it was my my time to either re-enlist or go off to college, and he was supposed to be here to tell me to re-enlist, and he said, Sean, I've known you for a few years now. You're a damn good soldier, and you're a credit to the Army. And well, hell, I signed off on your ARCOM. He said, but the Army's not what it used to be. It's not what it was when I was your age. And if you're going to be in the Army, I think you need to become an officer. I see you've already been accepted to college and you're doing the right thing. So, yeah, I'm supposed to be here for your enlisted retention, but fuck that. You're doing the right thing already, so let's just drink some scotch. All right, Sergeant Major. And we sat there, and he said, no, there's no more Sergeant Major. Pretend pretend my name's just Raymond. I can't call you Raymond, Sergeant Major. He said, I know you can, but pretend you can. Yes, Sergeant Major.
So that's always funny when they find out you're leaving. Like, oh, are you PCSing or ETSing? And then they look at your papers like, oh, you're getting out. Never mind, because they're going to give you the speech. And
Now, he did say, look, after I talk to you, we're going to drink, he said, at least one more of these scotches. This is pretty good. And I said, yes, sir, maybe just right over there and pour it yourself. He kind of looked at me. I said, Sergeant Major, I'm out of here in a couple of weeks. You can pour your own damn drink. He laughed. Anyway, he goes, yeah, I'm going over to see, I can't remember his name off the top of my head right now, but he's like, I'm going over to see this other guy. Him, I'm convincing to stay in because, well, he's just really got nothing better going on. You do.
well, you know what's really funny? I was watching.
But of course, he knew I'd already been accepted to college.
Yeah, I was watching one of those reality shows. Maybe I don't know, maybe 8 years ago, mid 2000s, and it was the reality show about basic training, and I noticed somebody on the show, one of the drill sergeants. So like, I know that guy. Where do I know that guy from? And I realized, oh yeah, he was in my unit in Germany. We were both E4s, and now he's in E6 as a drill sergeant at it's the base in South Carolina, I think, where they train people. I can't think of the base, but I'm like, yeah, I know that guy. I remember when he was an E4.
Fort Jackson?
Yeah, Fort Jackson. Yeah, he was a drill sergeant there, and he was on TV.
Wait, is he doing a reality show?
Yeah, he was on the reality show as a drill sergeant about basic training. I'm like, holy crap.
Okay, so this was a reality show about Army basic, not like him being
No.
Like, running celebrities through pretend.
No.
You've seen these things, right?
Yeah.
Oh, do you not just want to fucking choke people when you see these things? These celebrity basic training.
I'll tell you what, though, before they had the celebrity ones and they had the regular people, there were a couple of people that did really good on those shows. I was surprised.
Well, shit, man. We take 18, 19, and 20-year-olds and we throw them into basic training, like in it. You can throw anyone into the military, and they will either sink, swim, or just paddle their way through.
Yeah.
And of course, the guys that sink, they're gone. The guys that swim are great. The guys that just paddle their way through, I always worry about. And it's not because they paddle their way through basic. I worry about the ones who paddle their way through their military careers. Just do enough, but they're always the problem child, And I don't mean the guys that are, kind of dumbasses in garrison, but, rock stars in the field. I like those guys. And does a little bit of that myself.
Well, yeah, that's how I made that's how I made my time. Yeah, I did. I like being out in the field and doing stuff better than, being in post anyway.
Yeah, if I was going to get in trouble, it was going to be sitting around the barracks and just getting pissed off about something stupid. I wish I had then the attitude that I have now, though.
Well, you can say that about everything in life, I think.
Yeah, but look back then it's like, okay, run the floor buffer and buff the freaking floor. You go, motherfucker, this goddamn sucks, and you do it, but you didn't like it. You were pissed off about the whole thing, and it ruined you, and it ruined the next 2 days for you. These days, I look at that as, well, you know what, floor's got to be buffed, and today, I'm an infantry goddamn gunfighter, but today my job is to buff this floor. We don't have maids, so today is my job. So, no big deal. I wish I had that attitude then, because I'd have just been generally a lot happier person. You just go, all right, yep, fuck it. Today my job is not to be infantry gunfighter. Today my job is to be floor buffing bitch.
Well, to this day, I do not enjoy cleaning urinals or toilets. That's just not one of my things.
Yeah, but would your attitude not be different about it now than it was when you were 20?
Well, I think actually my attitude was better when I was 20. I figured I'm here to pay my dues, and I know I've got to do it because I'm the low man on the totem pole. Now in my mid-40s, I'm thinking, well, this just sucks.
well, see, me in my mid-40s, I'm like, look, my job pays me 6 figures. If they tell me to go clean the toilet, I'm cleaning the fucking toilet, as long as my paycheck doesn't go down. Go vacuum the parking lot. I'm making $110,000 a year to vacuum a parking lot. Hell yeah! I need a longer extension cord.
All right. Well, I got to let my puppies out to go pee, and it's about 1:30 my time. I don't know where the rest of you guys are at, but
I'm East Coast as well.
yeah.
All right, well, have a good evening, and speak to you
Yeah,
soon.
good chatting. Good to be able to talk to you dudes.
Yeah, nothing like a bunch of middle-aged guys talking about how things were back in the day, is there?
Middle-aged grunts, almost
like a bunch of Marines, like a bunch of Air Force people.
Well, all right, guys. Nice talking to you.
All right, have a good evening.
Are you okay there, Sean?
Coughing up a lung. You know, go to the desert, get a cold.
How come you're so quiet, Smeggy?
I find that being asleep makes you quiet.
Does falling asleep on gun channels make you dream of guns?
As a matter of fact, I was dreaming about people on gun channels arguing about knives. So I guess so. Kinda.
Well, I'll tell you right now, the best knife you can buy is the one that you have in your hand.
Alright, there you go. So what have you been up to, man? I haven't seen you in the chat in a while.
I've been working on a couple gun projects, and it's hard to chat like when your hands are covered in true oil and it's like basically like tree sap, and you can't, even touch your keyboard or anything like that.
That's pretty cool. Just been like fixing up old guns or something, or build new stuff.
Yeah, I did a single shot 22, and then I'm doing a shotgun right now that I've kind of been toying around with, trying to make something cool for my other stepson's birthday. Is coming up here on Thursday, I think, the 9th.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna give him this old Savage 20 gauge shotgun that I'm kind of fixing it up for him. So when I give it to him, it's not some used beater. It looks something more new and fresh. So I've been like putting coat after coat of True Oil on it, like about 2 coats a day over the last couple days. And so I got 6 coats on it now. After I sanded down the stock and the forend down to bare wood.
I'm sorry, what are you sanding down?
The stock and the forend
On what?
on a Savage Model 67E. It's a 20 gauge shotgun. It's a shotgun there in my pick on here on Google. And you can see the check ring on the stock and on the forend there.
Very cool.
But that's after that pick's after it was pretty much all sanded down. Then I was thinking about doing a stain underneath it, underneath the True Oil, like to stain it, but then I decided just to keep it bare wood and then to stain over. It has some like water damage on the stock, but it actually kind of, the way the water damage is, it actually looks kind of cool like that. So I kind of I just put that True Oil on right over it.
What a little patina?
Yeah. Now I'm going to paint the barrel and the receiver and the tube a flat dark earth color. And then I'm going to paint the trigger assembly all black, and I'm going to paint some of the screws black, and I'm going to paint the bolt black, but I haven't decided what black paint to use on that yet. Because I kind of want to use something that's going to hold up, but I'm not going to go pay, $250 to get it Cerakoted either. So I don't know what black to use on the bolt. Is basically I'm trying to search around for something that's good for metal that's going to hold up on that bolt. That's just not going to basically like fall off after the first time he goes out and shoots it. So I was thinking about maybe an automotive enamel. But I'm not sure yet. I haven't decided.
Yeah, I wouldn't use enamel, because it'll flake.
What would you use? What kind of black, basically in the can spray paint, would you use on that then?
Dude, the high temperature Krylon grill paint stuff works great.
Oh, grill paint. I didn't think of that. That probably would hold up pretty good, huh?
It's pretty tough stuff. They also have some with some of the Krylons that are in different finishes, like they've got like a hammered, and it's just kind of the way it dries. If you want a certain kind of surface look, but they have flat or satin grill paint that is awesome, tough stuff. Both Krylon and, believe it or not, Rust-Oleum. Be careful with that stuff, though, because you don't want to put it on too thick.
And I got what is it called? The shell stop lever and the shell stop screw and the pivot nut. I had to order all those from Numeric because the shotgun was missing all those parts. So you couldn't load more than 2 shells in it at a time. Without it, just like it wouldn't even feed if you loaded more than 2 shells in it. So I ordered all those parts from Numeric, And like after I ordered them, they sent me an email saying that my shipping might be delayed because of the hurricane, even though the hurricane was like down by Cuba, and they were coming out of the parts were coming out of New York. And I was like, gosh, isn't Cuba pretty far away from New York? How's the hurricane affecting New York weather? But instead of delaying my parts, like they said that they were going to be here on Thursday, and now they've updated it to I think till tomorrow. So it's gone from Thursday till Tuesday. So I'm like, hey,
Yeah,
we should have more
that's
hurricanes if
probably
it's
when they thought it was coming farther inland, you know.
yeah. Well, I was gonna say if we should have more hurricanes if that's gonna speed up shipping times. You know, because
Yeah,
instead of
unfortunately,
delaying
it does
it,
things
they
like,
sped it up.
take out container ships.
Okay, so I just looked on my thing. So now it went from Thursday to Tuesday, and now it says Wednesday. And my stuff's in Rawlins, Wyoming.
In Wyoming?
Yeah.
Oh, you said they were in New York.
Well, no, they were coming out of New York. The parts were coming from Numeric. I guess they're based in New York.
Then what the
Kingston,
hell are
New-
they doing in Wyoming? I don't think they ship from New York.
Yeah, it says right here that it came out of
Wait,
Kingston, New York.
Where are you located?
Utah.
Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were farther south.
There's a big alert across the top of the FedEx screen that says FedEx is closely monitoring flooding in South Carolina.
Oh, it's bad there right now.
Is it? I don't
Oh,
really
yeah.
watch the news, so.
It just put all the packages on a boat. It'll be fine.
Yeah, as long as it's not a container ship.
Oh, I heard something on the Tomo News I watch on YouTube. They were saying that like a 40-year-old container ship went missing in the Bermuda Triangle because it got caught in the eye of the hurricane or something.
It was near the Bahamas. There's 33 aboard, mostly Americans, and the ship went down. They found debris. They found one body in a survival suit, and the body's unidentifiable because the ship went down. I mean, they abandoned ship in the middle of the Category 4 hurricane. Everybody's dead. It would be beyond a miracle to find anybody alive.
Well, don't those cargo ships have the little tiny boat that I saw in what's that, like the Captain Phillips movie or whatever with Tom Hanks? Like that little boat was like, you know.
Not on this size ship, no.
I don't know why they don't all have those little boats, because those things are like airtight, man. Like you can't even sink those once you get inside of them and close the door.
Yeah, those are really on only the biggest ships. And even then, Cat 4 hurricane is, I don't know if you've ever been through a hurricane.
No, just tornadoes, no hurricanes.
I've seen hurricanes. Okay, think of an F3 hurricane or an F3 tornado that is the size of a state. That's a hurricane.
As long as it doesn't have sharks in it. Gotta watch out for sharknadoes.
Shark canes.
Well, that's what's funny, right? I mean, the movie's called Sharknado, but it's about a hurricane that picks up sharks. So that's what's weird. It's not like they're getting hit with tornadoes. They're getting hit with a hurricane that happens to have sharks inside it.
No, the sharks are in tornadoes that spawn off of the hurricane.
Oh, the hurricane sucked them up, and then the tornadoes are what's spreading them around.
Apparently. I mean, keep your science straight.
How much of the old bluing do you got to take off to get paint to stick? You got to like literally strip it all down to bare metal, or can you just pretty much sand that old bluing?
Pretty much, you've got to rough it. You have to degrease it with acetone. Rough it with some medium grit sandpaper. It's best if you can hit it with depending on what kind of paint you're going to use, hit it with a primer coat and then hit it with your paint. But using the high temp Krylon or even the Rust-Oleum high temp stuff, just clean it up with some acetone, give it a light sanding with some medium to fine grit sandpaper, and then hit it.
Can you get like a high temp paint in flat dark earth like that?
No.
Mm.
There's really not a commercial paint that really matches FTE. At that point, you're looking at like the Cerakote home kits. Now the Cerakote stuff is outstanding, but you're going to pay more for it.
Yeah, I called a local place, and even with the gun all stripped down, just the barrel, the receiver, the bolt, and the tube, just those parts. And yeah, it is a 28-inch barrel, but just those parts, they were like $250 to Cerakote it. I was just like, wow.
Yeah, that's more than I paid for.
Yeah, I was like, this gun's worth like $100.
SBR. I did an upper receiver, a lower receiver, and the rail on my SBR for $140, and that included them engraving the lower for my SBR build. Really gave me a good deal on doing the Cerakoting and the engraving.
Now, the old finish, whatever it was inside the receiver, I'm guessing it was some sort of bluing too, is kind of flaking off. So there's just a lot of bare metal inside the receiver. Should I paint?
If it's flaking, you definitely want to sand and refinish that.
Inside the receiver?
Absolutely. Just go light with it. You just want to scuff it. You don't want to change the dimensions.
And just use that high temp barbecue paint for that too?
Yeah, I mean, some of it might wear off, but that's okay.
Yeah, man, it's going to be a pain in the ass to sand inside this receiver. It's just all the little angles, and it's going to be hard to get in there.
Yeah, I mean, I've literally taken the sandpaper, wrapped it around my finger, and tied it off and gone into things.
And then on top of the barrel, it has that vent rib, and that vent rib has those really tiny, thin lines, those thin grooves that go down the length of the vent rib. And I don't know how I would get inside each one of those to sand. I have no clue. You know what I'm talking about on top of the vent rib? How it has those really thin lines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that there might not be much you can do other than sandblast it. sandblast, media blast. You know.
Yeah, I wish I had. I wish I had a sandblaster. This thing would have already been done.
All right, gentlemen. Well, I have to get to bed. I have to be up early in the morning, so y'all have a good evening.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Yeah, take it easy, man. Man, if only you were talking about pants, we could have had a lot more people in here. That shit was funny, man. When I jumped on, earlier just to kind of see if anyone was talking, and then I hear, G-Web say something about fire hose, and I'm like, I bet she's talking about Duluth. And then I jump in, and Ballistics was in here. I'm like, that dude is talking about buying pants again, 2 days in a row.
I don't know. I would just say give your mom the money and have her go buy. Have her go pick out.
Mom, I need tactical pants. No, you save up your allowance. But, Mom, all the cool kids have tactical pants.
Like I don't know. It's got to be just a look thing, because I guess I don't see whether wearing a pair of cargo shorts or khakis or Levi jeans would make a difference on how you shoot, or because it's not like they're running miles. They run 5 feet to the next target and shoot, and run 5 feet to the next target and shoot. I really don't see your pants coming into play there, unless it's all about just oh look, I'm tactical. I got special shooting pants.
Well, I think if you're trying to save off, milliseconds or whatever, every little bit helps.
Well, then why not just go with some military BDUs from the Army Navy surplus store or something,
And that was one of the options he was looking at. I think he should just friggin', run bicycle shorts or something.
Yeah, there you go. They'd be more aerodynamic, right?
Yeah.
Some Speedos.
Because you don't really use your pants for anything. I mean, you're wearing a regular good belt. You could just put that around your waist. It doesn't have to be attached.
Mechs are going to be shaving all their body hair off and stuff, like the swimmers.
That's only for the big match. They grow it out for the local matches.
Oh,
okay. I dated a girl when I was, I don't know, freshman, I think, maybe sophomore in college. But she was a big swimmer in high school. And she told me how basically, everyone thinks, oh yeah, swimmers all shave their legs and stuff. It's during the whole year, they don't. And then they do it right before, the state match or whatever. Because apparently, that helps, when they're training, because it's more resistant. So then when they finally do shave, it's less. I'm just thank God I didn't really know you in high school. I mean, okay, maybe I get it for Olympians and stuff, but you're on a freaking high school swim team. Do you really care if you're a tenth of a second faster than someone else?
apparently so.
I guess.
Well, they're gonna outlaw hair now. So. So what sports is it more advantageous to have more hair? So There has to be some sport to where it'd be like more advantageous to have more hair. Like the hairier you are, like, you know. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but there has to be one.
Yeah, I don't know. The
Trying
only
to
thing I can think of is something cold,
Yeah.
because then it helps you stay warm.
Hockey, maybe? I don't know. I don't really see those hockey guys with big
Yeah.
beards or anything.
Right, and that's, you know, hockey. You're working so much. I mean, yeah, you're on ice, but those guys are still sweating like a mother. So it's got to be like some outdoor thing that you're not doing a lot of work, so you're not generating your own heat.
I should have got a more coarse grit of sandpaper. I'm sitting here sanding this gun down with 1500 grit sandpaper. I should have got like 1000 grit or something. But it was already like really smooth, and I was just like, okay, I want like a really good finish, so I'm gonna sand it down with the really fine sandpaper. And I got the receiver, at least the outside, all done, but the barrel's just taking forever right now. Because the receiver, most of the bluing was already gone, so that was easy, but the barrel still had some bluing left on it, and so it's just taking forever.
Yeah, you gotta get, something thicker, and then switch to a medium, and then go to like the final one.
Nah, it was too cheap to do all that. I just bought a pack of 1500. I was gonna buy like 3 packs of sandpaper. Nah, not for this gun. If it was like a Winchester or something, yeah, I would. But this gun I think is gonna turn out looking pretty good. The stock turned out looking really good so far. Like, I'm surprised. Because I sanded it all down, and then you could see all these water stains on it. And I was thinking about staining over it to try and cover them up. Then I was like looking, I was like, so I got it kind of wet just to see what it would look like with the True Oil on it. And I was like, wow, it looks really good like that. So I just put True Oil like right over it with no stain. And it's looking like pretty sharp. I think it'll go really good with the flat dark earth. And you don't see that many flat dark earth shotguns, so especially like with 28-inch barrels and stuff. So.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, I engraved his initials on the bottom of the stock, so it's like all personal to him, you know. So he'll have his name on it forever.
Do you want to adopt me?
I didn't know what to use, so I just used some ink out of a pin. I kind of lit the end of a pin on fire, and so the ink would run really freely. And where I engraved his initials, I wrote on it in ink just to give it a little bit of darker look there, and then I True Oiled over it, and it turned out pretty good. Then with this vent rib barrel, you got to sand like on top of the barrel, in between the vent rib.
Oh yeah.
And it's just, God.
I bet you that's a pain.
Yeah, and it's a 28-inch barrel too. If it was just some short barrel, it wouldn't be a big deal. But and that's why I'm worried about painting it there too, because when I paint it, I'm gonna have to try and paint in between that rib and the barrel to cover the barrel there. And so I know it's gonna fucking run on me, dude. I know I'm gonna paint the whole thing, and I'm gonna have all these runs, and then I'm gonna have to sand it down. But at least in between the barrel and the vent rib will be painted. But I'm gonna have to sand it down after I paint it, just to paint it again because of the runs. I just already know it's gonna run on me. And I suck at painting anyway, so.
Well, the trick if you're doing a spray is you start spraying like off the part and then go across it and then let your finger off like after you're past the other side. Like don't point it at whatever you're trying to paint and then start shooting the paint.
Yeah,
You
'cause
shoot it
people
like
get-
off to the side and then move it
body
across. What's that?
Because if you start spraying it when it's pointed right at the part, that's where it like spits out those little like globs of paint and like it gets spotty or whatever.
Right. Yeah, it's just you don't get as a consistent covering. And just keep the same speed and the same like distance away from it across the whole thing.
Yeah, my other stepson's birthday was on the 1st. I got him like a whole little guitar package from Amazon. That's what he wanted, was a guitar. So I bought like a package that came with like a guitar, a case, a digital tuner, a pitch pipe, extra strings and picks, and like it came with like the whole works, you know, because he wants to learn how to play guitar. And this one, I'm giving him the shotgun. I ordered a gun case from Numeric when I ordered the other gun parts, some ear protection, and a box of shells. And then I'm like, that's all you're getting from me.
That's pretty cool.
This will be his first real gun, so.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid. Well, I won't even say. I don't know. I was like 15ish or so not like a little kid or nothing. But my dad had an old like, pump BB gun, where you like pump the thing 10 times or whatever, and the seals were all worn out on it. So what would happen is if you pumped it and shot it like instantly, it would work. But if you waited even just a little bit to try and like aim, it wouldn't have enough pressure left over to like actually shoot out the BB. So I asked him, "Hey, you should like get that fixed because that's pretty cool, and I want to shoot it." And his thought process went like this. He went to look to get like a repair kit. That was about the same amount of money as just buying a new BB gun. So he's like, okay, I'll just buy a new one. Then he decided, well, if I'm going to buy him a new gun, I might as well buy him like an actual, like, real gun that he can use for stuff. So he was like, well, I'll buy him like a 20 gauge shotgun. Then he decided, well, if I'm going to buy him a 20 gauge, I might as well just buy him a 12 gauge because, it might kick a little bit for a 15-year-old, but hey, you'll grow into it. It's something you'll have forever. So then I got a brand new semi-auto Beretta.
Oh, sweet. And that costed a hell of a lot more than a repair kit.
Yeah, but it was only a little bit more than like the step before that.
Yeah.
Each step was only a little bit more, and so it was worth it to go to the next step each time.
Well, Elijah, he's turning 14 on the 9th, so he's only going to be 14. And he shot 12 gauges before. He shot my 12 gauge a couple times, and but I just barely got them their first guns ever, which were pump pellet rifles back on Easter. And so back at Easter, I each got them a little. It's like a Scar H kind of look-alike pump pellet rifle, but they look like a Scar H. And I got them each one of those for Easter, for their Easter gifts. And when I seriously thought about getting them a 22 instead. That's what I was going to get them, was this a single shot 22. But then I kind of thought about it, and I was like, 22 ammo is still kind of hard to find. I want to get him something that he's actually going to be able to shoot when he wants to shoot, and plus he can hunt with a 20 gauge, pretty much anything he wants. So I gave him this old 20 gauge I had sitting. I didn't even have it sitting in the safe. I had it sitting beside the safe. I actually bought this gun for me as like a Tau Fledermaus type gun, just to try like experimental ammo with. But then I got all discouraged on it because it was missing parts and it wouldn't feed properly because it was missing the cartridge stop lever and stuff like that. So then I just sat it beside the safe for like, gosh, I don't know, years now, and just haven't even touched it because it was missing shit. And but then when I was looking for guns for sale to buy him for his birthday, I was like, oh, you know what? I got a shotgun. I got a 20 gauge. So I pulled it out, kind of looked it over. I was like, yeah, I think I could fix this up for him. So that's pretty much been my project all week. I started with the 22. I fixed up the 22, got it all done, but it looks sweet, man. Like it looks really sweet now. So I was like, maybe I'll give him the 20.
Maybe I'll keep that.
I did a really good job on the 22. I'm pretty proud of myself. I'm actually going to post pictures on Instagram this week of both of them. What year was it that guns what year was it where guns had to have a serial number? Was that like back in the 50s? Do you know?
I don't know that.
Because one of the things I was thinking about not giving them this 22 is because it doesn't have a serial number on it anywhere. And it doesn't appear like anyone's ever sanded it off or filed it off. Ain't nothing like that. It's just a little single shot 22, but it does not have a serial number.
It's just really old.
Yeah, I think it's like super old, like maybe from the 30s or something. I don't know. I have no idea. I can't find a model number. I can't find nothing on it. But it has like that cricket action on it, where you like after you load and cock the bolt, it has a little knob behind the bolt that you actually pull back, and then that locks, and then it's actually cocked. Like, I don't know what I call it, a cricket action, because that's how the kids' cricket rifles are. But it just has that little cocking lever behind the bolt, so after you load it and close the bolt, then you pull back that little knob, and that's what actually cocks it. So I know it's got to be pretty old.
Yeah, my dad just picked up a bunch of 22 ammo. He was actually he was in Cabela's looking for some other stuff, and just happened to wander over and looked at the ammo, and they had a whole bunch of them. So, he grabbed whatever, like 5 boxes of it or something, and the guy at the counter was like, "Hey, the limit is like 1,200 rounds. You should get more." And at first he's like, "Nah, I just grab a couple boxes, no big deal." And then he started thinking about it. He's like, well, shit, I haven't seen 22 ammo in a couple of years now. Maybe I will get the whole 1,200 rounds. So he went and grabbed a few more boxes. But apparently they had like a whole bunch of it. So I'm trying to remember. I think he got it for oh god, I don't remember. I want to say like 7 or 8 cents a round, which I don't know. I'm seeing this shit for like 10 cents a round, so I think anything less than that's okay. It should be closer to 5, but
yeah, I won't pay over 10 cents a round. There's just no way. I'd prefer to pay about 8 or less. Yeah,
10 cents a round is definitely, it's just a moral thing. I just don't.
And I don't buy from private sellers.
I don't want to pay double digits.
I will not buy. I don't care how desperate I am. I'm not going to buy and pay double the price for a guy who just went and stood in line and bought it at Walmart and then went home and put it online and is trying to resell it and make money, trying to make a living off that for going to fucking Walmart. You know what I mean? I don't think that's right. Like, you know, if you need it, buy it. If you're going to use it, buy it, you know. But if you're just going to fucking go to Walmart for the only reason to buy it to resell it, that's bullshit, dude. I mean...
Right. Well,
and
because
I heard the ATF has been busting people over that too. That apparently there's some law that where you have to, like, if you sell so much ammo or something, you have to be you have to have some kind of license or something, and none of these guys have that license that are doing this. So I guess the ATF has been trying to crack down on that shit and trying to bust people, and I'm all for it. I'm like, yeah, bust their ass.
I don't know if I'd go that far. I mean, I agree with you because they're adding like another middleman. You know, it goes from manufacturer to distributor to store to this guy, then to the final customer. And each step, obviously, people need to make money, so the price goes up and up and up each step. And I agree that for a while there, back in the day, they were like creating a false shortage. Like, if they weren't around, there would have been plenty of stuff on the shelf, and people would have just been able to buy whatever they wanted. But I don't think that I want, you know, I don't like the idea of, you know, the ATF coming in and saying, hey, you're selling too much stuff, we're going to start regulating you. I mean, if you want to buy a bunch of crap and try and resell it, go for it.
There's been a law on the book for 20 years saying that, you know, in order to sell ammo, you got to have not just private ammo because it's legal to sell privately, but if you're selling so much as like a business, then, you know, yeah, that should have to be regulated and all that because everyone else who sell all the stores and stuff. There was a guy here who got in trouble. One of the stories I read about one of the guys who got in trouble by the ATF is he actually works at he actually owns a gun store here, right? And he was literally like ordering in ammo to his gun store, but instead of selling it at his gun store, he was taking it home and selling it privately for like triple the cost, through the WAN ads here, and that's how that's how he was doing it, you know. And so I guess so his gun store wouldn't get a bad name, you know, selling it, trying to sell, you know, a $25 box of ammo for $75, you know, because, you know, who's going to buy it from a gun store like that? But, you know, that's what he was doing, was selling it privately instead of through his business. But all the ammo he was buying, like, was through his gun store, like, you know, it was like delivered at his gun store or whatnot, then he was just taking it home. I never heard if that guy actually got charged or what happened. It was just a big story here that he got arrested for it, and I don't know actually what happened with that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I agree with you morally or whatever. Like, I agree that's a crappy thing to do. I have a hard time
what if it was
with
insulin?
a lot of...
What if it was insulin for diabetics? What if all of a sudden people started buying up all the insulin the second it came into the stores, and then instead of you know, not for personal use but just to resell it? You know, that was their only objective. It wasn't for they're not even diabetic. You know, they bought it just to resell it, to make a profit off of it. Shouldn't they have to be licensed somehow as a business or pay taxes on it like all the other businesses do? You know, I mean, you know, and I don't know. When I think of it that way, I just think fuck those guys. They, you know, they should have to pay taxes on it and income, and they're not reporting, you know, earnings on it on their taxes, so they could be charged with tax evasion and all sorts of other things.
Yeah, and that's a different thing. If you're making money on the side and not reporting that as income, you know, I can see them going after you for that.
Well, that's what all those ammo guys are doing.
I know. I just, like I said, And even with your insulin example, part of me, philosophically is like, hey, it sucks to be diabetic then, buddy. If there really is an insulin shortage and they're charging you 5 times as much or whatever, then that sucks. But that's like the free enterprise kind of thing.
Well, see, there never was a shortage. All it was back during the Sandy Hook thing, everyone got scared, so they did what everyone else did, went out and bought a bunch of guns and ammo, and then when they found out, oh, well, guns and ammo aren't going to get banned, well, let's resell it. And all the store shelves were blank, so they noticed, oh, hey, we can resell this shit for at least twice as much. And so they started, going to Walmart every single day for, like, literally, like, if you go to my Walmart at 7 o'clock in the morning, there is, like, literally 3 or 4 guys in line every single day, and it's the same guys in line every day just to buy ammo. And they're not shooting, 3 boxes of ammo a day of 22. Like, and you go home and you look online, oh, look. All of a sudden, all these guys put 22 ammo for sale ads online. They're doing it as a business. So they should be licensed and regulated just like any other business. It's one thing to sell out of your private stock saying, oh, I sold this gun. I don't have a 22 anymore, so I'm going to sell off my 22 ammo. That's one thing. That's totally legal. But if you're doing this as a business, like where every single day you're selling ammo, you're buying brand new ammo just to resell it, and you should be licensed, regulated, and taxed. Because that's a business. Every other business is licensed, regulated, and taxed. It should be no different. It's no longer a private sell. You're no longer, selling your private ammo. You're making money off of it. You're doing it as a legitimate business.
So I guess it kind of comes down to your motive when buying it. Like, if you buy it thinking you're going to use it and then later change your mind and say, yeah, what the hell, I'll sell it. That's different.
Yeah, that's totally cool. Yeah, that's totally cool. But these guys, and you know just as well as I do, they're not doing that. All these ads online that I see every day on my local gun selling websites that are local.
I'm just surprised it's still going on. I mean, all the other calibers, it came back. And part of that is because it's more expensive to stockpile, the bigger rounds, where the 22 is still pretty cheap to get a whole bunch of it all at once.
Well, it came back.
And the other part of it is
because of reloading.
Right, and that's what I was going to get at. Is the other part of it is the demand was up, whether it was an artificial demand or not, because people were, panic buying or whatever. It's still, there was an increase of demand. But the manufacturers and other people, replied to that demand by creating more supply. I know of a few different, reloading actual, real business companies that started up right at that time. And it was just to fill a void. It's like, hey, people want more ammo? Well, we're going to start making it for them. But with 22, you can't have that because it's hard to reload 22 in your basement or even like a small shop. You need a lot of capital to get things set up to begin with.
Yep.
But I am a little surprised that the major ammo companies that I understand they didn't want to overreact and build a whole new plant and then the panic stops and now they have wasted all this money. But the fact that they've sustained for a couple of years now already, I would think that they, CCI would be making a new production line or something. Just get a couple new machines. Just increase their capacity a little bit.
Well, I was watching some.
I'm kind of surprised they haven't done that yet.
I was watching some YouTuber about the 22 ammo shortage a while back, and he was showing the CCI plant. And he was saying something he was actually in the plant, showing their machines and stuff. And he was saying that plant produces 1.4 million rounds a day or something. It was something crazy like that, 1.2 or 1.4 million rounds a day is how much that plant puts out of 22. So I'm like, where is all this ammo at? Like, are we sending it overseas? Like, where's it going? Because I've not seen it on the shelves. And I guess Federal is made in the same plant as the CCI. So the Federal 22 ammo is made in the same plant as the CCI, apparently. That's what he was saying on that video. I think it was Federal, I'm pretty sure.
Hmm.
I wish I had a big spotlight right now, because I would like set it on the side of me and then shine it like across me, so my shadow was up against my window, so you could just see my shadow like on the side of my blinds, because you'd see this guy with this big long thing sticking out between his legs and rubbing it up and down.
Well, that's what your neighbors see every night, anyways.
My neighbors would be like, "What the fuck?" With this big long 28-inch barrel just.
Man, I'm gonna have to frickin' bring a pillow from home when I go home this weekend.
What, you don't have any good pillows?
Like hotels, they'll have like a couple of like kind of firm pillows, a couple like super soft ones, so you can pick which one you want.
The nice hotel.
One is all like, well, I mean that's like a normal hotel, you know. There's like one stiff pillow and one soft one. You know, this one they're all like, I don't know, super fluffy. So I have like 5 of them stacked up, and my head is still at a bad angle. Like, god damn, man, I'm gonna freaking crank my neck. You like fall into the pillow and like sink and suffocate yourself.
It is going to be a pain in the ass to paint this shotgun bolt and taping up the extractor and the ejector and.
Yep, it sure will.
That's like little teeny tiny detail work shit that I hate, man.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not a detail-oriented person. I don't care that much. I like doing the big shit that gets like 80% of the work done. I'm
Yep.
good at that. Someone
Yep.
else can do the last 20% of the work that takes twice as much time. That's like painting a room. You know, it takes longer to go around the windows and shit than to just do the whole wall.
Yep.
So if someone else does the cut-in, just give me a roller and a big old gallon of paint or something, and I'll slap it on there, no problem. It'll look fine.
Oh, damn.
But I helped my buddy paint his house a while back, and he's even worse than I am when it comes to, you know, like being careful around edges and shit. So I had to do all the cut-in work and like tape off all the edges, and because he tried doing it and the tape was all fucking crooked, and he just slopped over it anyways, and it was a mess. He did the one room himself, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna come back and fix all this shit. Yeah.
I'm watching Blade 3, I guess.
I like those movies. I don't remember what 3 was about, but I just remember I liked all of the Blades.
3 is about the real Dracula. This is the one where he fights the real Dracula guy. He was like the first vampire.
Right. Hey, is that the one that, like, the team's little, like, hideout gets attacked and all that shit?
Yeah, it has Ryan Reynolds in it. And some
Yeah.
hot chick.
Yeah. I just watched that not too long ago, too, on TV. I was mad. Well, I won't say mad. It really doesn't matter that much. But I was annoyed. It was just the other day. I was flipping through, and they were playing Jurassic Park, followed by Jurassic Park 3. I'm like, God damn it! If I watch the first one, I'm gonna want to watch the second one before I watch the third one. Like, why can't TV stations play marathons that actually have all the movies? Why do you play 1 and then 3? I can't do that. My brain won't let me.
3 times in a row. Like the exact same movie, like 3 times in a row. It's like, oh, in case you missed it the first time, we're gonna play it again and again and again.
Yeah. Well, part of that is just they only like buy the rights to a certain number of movies per month, and they got time to fill. But I agree to having it like one right after the other is kind of dumb. At least play something else, then play it again. But I don't know. I guess I'm just a big like I like sitting down and doing like a movie marathon. If there's a series of movies, I won't just go in and watch like, oh yeah, here's like, Fast and Furious or something. Like, no, I'm gonna start with the first one and watch them all the way through. Although nowadays that would take like a whole weekend.
My dog just got one of her nails caught in the blanket and was like flipping out. Her leg was all twisted up behind her and stuff. Like, poor dog.
Oh. Well, man, I think I'm gonna have to let you go.
Yeah.
I gotta get up early for work.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off too. I gotta concentrate more on sanding this shit down.
Oh, okay, that's good. I was feeling bad leaving you because I'm like, oh man, now he's gonna be bored working without anyone to talk to.
Yeah, I gotta focus more on this shit anyway.
Well, there you go. That works out.
Yeah,
Cool.
I'll post some pictures on
All
Instagram.
right, well, all right, sounds good.
All right, take it easy, man.
Yeah, you too, man. Good one.
Later.
I don't know if there's anyone out there listening, but night to you guys also.